So good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to call to order the meeting. Going to do the roll call. We have Supervisor Servando Gomez. We have Supervisor Max Excon. We have Supervisor Corey Gannon, Supervisor Mario Cordova, and myself, Herman Perez. Also, I will ask everybody to make sure your cell phones are in silent, and let's get ready for the place of the meeting. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, for liberty and justice for all. Now we're going to go with the audience comment on the agenda items. You can please stand up and say your name and your address, please.
After the meeting, do you send the meeting minute to the people at the time?
No.
We want to do that, but sometimes some people they want to come, but they don't have something that come up. They cannot come, so they can know what.
Yeah, we don't send them to people. You can request it. You can shoot an email, and then we can send you what we do have, but we don't randomly send it off to every person here.
Yeah, so. They should, because it's nothing too secret,
Oh, it's all public. You can have any of them.
So it should be.
Yeah, and there's also a copy of the meeting minutes on the CDD's website as well that will be probably uploaded within like 2 weeks or 3 weeks, you would say.
And sir, what is your name?
Anthony? Because I checked and see that they never had a meeting minutes, so we don't know what.
Sure, yeah, they're available to any member of the public.
Thank you, Anthony.
To get that, just go via soulcdd.org, and in the document area should be the minutes.
Or if you know any of the supervisors, you can, they have connections with all the staff. So. Anthony, do you have anything else? Any other topics? Comments or anything right now?
Today? I could want to know, what about the gate, that's all.
Yeah, we're going to be talking about it.
Yeah, and just for everyone, because I see a lot of new faces here, the board is taking your comments, but does not necessarily guarantee a response at this time. That'll be something we're covering through the meeting. Ma'am?
Yes, my name is Demira Savilas, 3031 Camino de Drive South, and my husband, he'll be here soon, hopefully. Joel Vilas. But our concern is the meeting takes such a long time with all the other business matters, and really as residents, yes, those things are important and we like to know those, but those we can also hear later on, because sometimes you guys go into more legal stuff and battle amongst each other. We would like to hear the main concern as residents that really concern us immediately would be the gate. Is there any possible, instead of moving it down from going up here, that you can brief us up here, because sometimes we do have to leave as we have other meetings to attend as well.
Correct.
Just up to you.
Yeah, so those, we can talk it with the board. If you guys, agree to it, we can do that. I agree with your assessment on that, because some of the stuff is more like board legal, and so I agree on that aspect. You got any comments?
So my comments basically are, there's some professionals that get paid by the hour here, so that's why we try to move up all the information regarding those professionals so that we can kind of get them out and try to save this district money. But your point is well taken. I think it's important for you guys to be here for the time that you need. Also, our meetings start at 5. Not everybody can be here at 5. So in my opinion, I think when we put it further down the agenda is better, because some residents might come later in the meeting and then everybody gets the benefit of it. So, but we try to shorten the meetings as much as we can, but right now there's just so much on the plate that I understand it's getting very long.
And, Mara, if I can, we understand your concern is the gate. We might have every person with a different concern that wants it at the top. So we try to follow that structure, just to be fair to everyone, and then we can't always follow up. And you can find out what was discussed in the resolution by talking to any engineer like one person, that's where it would be a follow-up item instead. Anything else?
Yeah, so,
Well, sorry.
Jack Worksman, 3152 Leopold Lane. I just want to make a comment. You know, over the last few years, there's been a lot of talk about Envira and our guard or safety of the community. It's not really Envira's fault, what's been happening at the gates. So let's put everything in perspective. The gates have been destroyed by residents that live in our community. When they get destroyed, Envira has to put it in their schedule to come back and fix them. So going forward, let's just understand that. Let's all comprehend that it's not always Envira, it's people that live in this community that disrespect the security and the process of our gates. And until we get them to understand in this community that they have to respect these things, I don't care what security system we put in, it's not going to help. So,
Thanks, Jerry.
Thank you.
Kristen, did you send that to me yet?
I'm trying to right now, just, I wanted to do a black line so they could see what changes are made.
Gotcha.
See, okay.
Any other public comments at this time? Again, being that there's new faces here, this is the time when you can get your comments out. We do try to move, as some people have noted, the meeting does run a little bit long. We have a long agenda, so we will ask for no more comments as we move forward. The point is to let the board discuss and have a meeting that you're welcome to attend.
Okay.
So if that's all right with everyone, I think we're okay with closing the public comments.
Correct. So now we're moving to the district engineering.
All right, so you have the reports in front of you. First item on the engineer's report is update on the pond bank inspections. So last time we had done some inspections, we identified some areas that needs to be repaired. And then we were working with the contractors to come and look at it. The contractor that actually does pond bank repairs for other CDDs that we're involved in. And when he came out, the pond was drained. We can see more of the banks, and him and us, when we looked at that, we determined that we don't believe that there is anything that needs to be done at this time from an erosion perspective. So the banks are within the normal slopes of the pond. Actually, they're within very healthy slopes, and that's from just exposing the banks. So what we did to verify that. We actually went back to 2005 and we reviewed aerial photographs from 2005 up until 2023 to look at the distance between the curb line and the water line. If there is in fact erosion, that distance will keep shrinking over the years. And even within regulations, there is an expected amount of shrinking. However, over the years, and you will see this in the table that was submitted on the report, that for pond 1, for example, we did measurements at 3 different locations, same thing for pond 2, and if you look at the distance in the table between each point between the curb and the water line, it's actually in some cases it's going up, not going down, which means there's very little erosion if there's anything. And that could have to do also with the water level. Maybe over the years it dropped a little. But certainly there's no evidence that there's like a whole bank that is approaching into the homes. However, there is one location where there is an outfall into the pond, or an MES section, which is a concrete section that's where the water is coming from the street. And that location is too close to the pond bank. Typically, that would be constructed further into the pond, and because it is too close to the bank where the water is coming, it's causing scour around that. So that would be one spot where we would recommend some work to be done. However, that's not a pond bank issue. This is a structure issue that needs to be pushed further into the pond. The complication with that is that structure is a county structure. They're the ones that handle that structure. Whether they would agree to doing that or not, we don't know if they would. But however, from a pond bank perspective, we looked at both ponds. If you want to look at the details, they're in there. We have photographs, the 2005 photograph and the 2023 photograph with all the measurements. We don't believe anything needs to be done at this point.
And what's the process to get the county involved in looking at that structure?
So we can notify them, let them know that this is what we're seeing, whether they would agree with our assessment or not. They may or may not do it because it's structurally sound, it's not causing any structural issues, or it's not backing up into the street. It's basically just the bank around it that is eroding. So if you want us to make, to communicate with the county, we could just let us know, because otherwise we don't have any further action at this point with this issue.
I agree with communicating, I don't know the rest of that, but I think we should.
Yeah, because if it's something that is gonna cause, future damage or erosion, it's better just to tackle it now with the county and see what they say. Do we need a motion for that?
No.
Well, yeah, because it would be an expenditure of funds, so it's probably safest to get majority.
I'll make the motion to have the engineer look into having the county make repairs to the structure element of concern at the ponds.
I second the motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
All opposed? I'm sorry.
Okay, the next item on the agenda.
Before we move on, Peter, question for you.
Sorry.
Looking forward, is there any kind of schedule we should be putting in place to monitor this, looking towards the future? Or is this something that we just gotta generally keep an eye on like we've been doing?
So we do a yearly inspection report. That's something that's part of the requirements for the bonds. And when we do that, we come out and we look at the ponds anyways. If we notice something, it will be evident during that time. So it's being looked at least once a year. I don't think it needs to be inspected any more frequent than that.
Thank you.
So the next item on the agenda is the exit exit lane repair. So this was a hot topic for a while because it was a safety issue. Last time we looked at a few quotes for repairing the pavement. So since then, there have been some updates. We actually popped the manhole open and we found that at the bottom of the manhole, there's like a sample picture in there. There's a big fracture in the structure of the manhole that was causing a lot of soil to come in, so that was a primary cause. So we had to modify the scope, and we worked with more contractors to get additional dollars on the repairs. We were able to the price overall was lower than what we had seen last time, and it was awarded to Dale Beasley for $6,950. The work has been completed according to Dale Beasley. Today we were out doing inspections. We popped the manhole open, took some pictures. It's hard to see everything from above. So when I go back to my desk, I'll look at the pictures further. And if we think it's done and complete, they already submitted an invoice to us. But based on our review, we'll forward that invoice to the CDD. So basically what they did is they filled the void that was behind the walls of the manhole. It was like an injection machine. And then repaired the pavement that's on the surface. So that's what was completed there. Any questions?
Any warranty on that work?
So all work typically has like a 1-year warranty, but it's usually they're not going to cover like if a depression develops again, because unless we can for sure prove that it has to do with an issue with the work.
Yeah. And these injections, how long should they last?
These injections, this is hard materials that's just like soil. If they truly fill the whole voids, which is very hard to verify, besides checking the quantity of material that they injected, which is something that we would ask for, then it should sell anymore for that reason.
I can add to that, I drafted the agreement for Dale Beasley for that work, and we put in our standard indemnification clause, so any loss or damages that the district incurs as a result of their work, the the CDD has some contractual rights to go back to the contractor and be indemnified for that damage.
The next item on the agenda, this is a quick update. You know, we've been just kind of monitoring at a very high level the work that's on Simpson Road. There was a question between last meeting whether they're going to do any modifications to the gate, to the entrance, or to the roadway, or to the structure. We reached out to them, and they verified that no, they're not. They're stopping just short of the intersection, so we shouldn't expect any modifications there. No other updates on this project. Item 4, that's the CCTV. We received all the CCTV from the contractor. We started preparing summary tables for the condition of the pipeline. We're working on engineering evaluation. It will take some time because we have to watch all those videos. And then we'll have hopefully an update for the board on the priorities. And we're hoping here that we'll be able to identify a scope where we do a lot of trenchless work without having to dig the pipes, which after that will, based on the budget, we'll go out to bid to do those repairs.
Now that we're talking on that, I know I saw some barriers and stuff in Marbella. It's like a sinkhole in there. Do you guys have done anything in there?
It's been there for years.
Yeah, been for years in there.
It's on that little indent in Marbella, I think we,
29,
it's closer to Siesta View.
I'll look at it when we have time.
Yeah, it has a barrier. Did you guys know about that, the Marbella?
I'm sorry, I was
It's
distracted.
like a sinkhole in there in Marbella. They have the barriers on it for over like a
I don't
year.
know if it's really a sinkhole.
Oh, it's
like the
depression.
manhole went in, like the manhole went inside, and they have a
Is this
barrier
in the
over it.
grass?
Yeah.
Yes, it's in the grass.
Okay. I'll go look at it. I believe this was something that was done by the CCTV company when they were exposing the manhole to get into it, to put the machine in it, and they probably did not cover it back up. Typically, we recommend to bring all these manholes up to the surface. You don't want manholes to be covered. So one option would be to bury it again because I think it was lower than the ground surface. The other option is to try to bring it up to the surface, which is going to cost some money.
I just want to make sure because still there, the barrier is up, so something is still not finished yet, so.
Sorry, can I just clarify, so you said that it may have been caused by the CCTV company, or?
They had to dig it, they had to expose the manhole to get into it as part of their work.
Okay.
Whether they bury it, I mean, if we wanted them to come back and just push the dirt back in the hole, we can. But they wouldn't come to raise the manhole to the surface. It's not like a damage, it's more that when they expose it, it causes maybe like a safety issue. They don't want somebody to like break the ankle or something. So that's why they put a barricade and left it exposed. So we can call them, we'll call them and tell them to come and just bury it back.
Yeah,
If we want to do something.
I think that's the quick and easy thing to do until, if we decide to do something different, at least we'll get rid of the barricade and the safety issue wouldn't be there anymore.
It would probably help our, management staff or field management to go out there and to assess the area and see if there needs to be any remedial action needed to avoid injury.
Now, I think that's been going on for a while, so if the dirt is probably washed away, then
Yeah, there's no dirt
we might
there.
have to bring some dirt.
Peter, what's the address on this?
Sorry?
What's the address?
It's on Mark.
When did they complete that work? Do you know any?
Last few months.
Oh, okay, so recent, okay.
So item 5, this is for the pavement resurfacing work. So there is a map in the report that basically shows, based on the core sampling that we did, the areas that requires a 1-inch mill resurface, a 2-inch mill resurface, or a seal coating. There's also another map that I handed out So what this map shows, basically shows if we were to break everything in the district over 4 years, this is being after we do the 1-inch mill resurface and seal coating. So this work here in this map that I handed out does not include the seal coating and the 1-inch, because we're assuming that would be completed now. Everything else is year 1, which being the next year through year 4. And it's just based on high traffic areas. Now, based on the costs that we've seen, for this to happen in 4 years, it would be about $300,000 a year, not $150,000 a year. Because the total cost to do this work would be about $1.3 million, or $1.2 million. So that's $300,000 a year for 4 years.
Wow. So the 600 and something was kind of like really off the cuff.
And this is by the same contractor.
Because you said to put 1 inch pretty much in everything.
2-inch actually, the majority is 2-inch.
Well, 2 inch,
Yeah. So there's a contractor that had given a price a while ago, and it was about $700,000. That same contractor.
What did you say the total estimate was? 1.3 or 1.4?
1.2. 1.2 without the year 1 work. So for years 1 through 4 on this map is 1.2 million. For the seal coating and the existing work, we're staying within $150,000. We have been working with a contractor to get like a scope dialed in and specs, because we usually, our preference is we will work with one contractor to make sure we work out all the details, because there's a lot of back and forth and errors that happen. And we have like some records of what was going on with this contractor we've been working with. And once we have a solid scope, we will go out and get additional scopes. So we were hoping we would be able to do all that before this meeting, but it did not happen. So we worked with the one contractor. He did give us some numbers, but we found a few issues with it. They gave us some additional, like some updated quotes. We found some additional issues with them. So we're not, I don't think we're ready to make a recommendation. I think we need to keep working with some contractors and take some more numbers.
Okay.
Sounds good.
Is it possible that we can receive a copy of the scope that you're sending the contractors for us to look at when it's ready? I'm not saying right now, but when it's ready.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
That was the last item on my agenda. Unless you have any questions.
Any question?
I don't have questions, but I have a request.
Sure.
I noticed slight depressions now outside of our gate area.
Okay.
And also where the pavers are, it looks like on the entry, on the resident entry, there's a concrete and asphalt looks like it's caving in a bit. And I think if we're planning to make repairs to the gate and fix paver, that's gonna be an issue. So I don't know if you can assess it on your way out and see what needs to be done and see if we could try to figure out what it's gonna cost to fix that.
Sure. Can you kind of point out where that's at on this map?
So where's the entry gate here?
Right there.
Yeah, so where the gate is, it's all the way to the right of the entry gate. Right, if you look at the paver line at the front of the entry gate, like the rear paver line of the entry gate. So that when you first come in, but the one up after the pavers, you see that it's kind of like this.
Okay.
And then there's another depression that's like maybe, I would say about 30 feet outside of the gate on the same side.
It's on that side. Yeah. It's like, this is the resident entrance.
Okay.
And, yeah, so here is concrete and this is asphalt. So I don't know if that.
We'll look at it and see if there's,
So if you could just maybe assess the whole entry and exit and just see what
Sure,
needs to be
that's
done,
Yeah.
that doesn't involve just pavers, like any concrete or asphalt that needs to be done there. Is that fair? That's it.
Anyone?
Peter, in regards to the GR1 that you just mentioned about the $300,000, you said that you're going to be looking for more proposals, more vendors?
For the year 1, for the year 0 work, I'm going to call it year 0
Okay.
because that's, yes. So, we're trying to stay within $150,000 based on the direction we got last time. To do all the one inch mill resurface. It's really 1 1/4 inch, but we just call it 1 1/4 inch mill resurface areas and the steel coating.
So how much, you say we need $150,000 for that?
That's the budget I believe we were working with. And also, actually, what we were, if that was the budget, we might be able to do some of the 2 inch mill resurface in there too. So it would be all of the 1 1/4, all the steel coating, and some of the 2 inch.
So that will include the year 1 that you just mentioned here, which is the main road on Puerto Rosal?
Now, that would be year 0, which is not on this map. It's on the map that's in the report.
Okay, so which areas year 0 will include?
So year 0 would be like Altero Drive, Palm Lane, Via Preciosa Drive, Lorenzo Drive. That's all steel coating. Camino Real Drive, Sangria Street, all that stuff is steel coating. And the 1 1/4 inch is Ranchuelo Lane.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, so remember Sangria belongs to the HOA.
Not the HOA side. You're talking
That's
about.
Sangria.
Yeah, Sangria is out. It's not on
Oh, the
map.
outside.
Yeah, it's not. Yeah. He didn't mark it on the map.
Yeah, not the part that is east of here. That's not included in that part.
Okay,
Did I say that out loud?
you mentioned Sangria.
You just said Sangria, you didn't say how much.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's definitely not in the scope that we're sending them. Yeah.
Okay, so 150.
So Peter, you provided a 3-year plan with year 0. What if anything, how does that change if the board delays a year?
If they delay a year, I mean, just everything will get pushed a year.
But as far as damages, I know last time we were talking about trying to get some of these damages, some of the repairs done earlier than later. Would it advance any of the stages to the next stage of damage?
It's slightly, not. I mean, it's not a slightly, not a whole lot. Because the areas that we're looking at doing is the 1 inch. Those areas are 1 inch.
Hey guys, can you keep it down in the audience, please?
And let me, I guess I also want to make this comment. The reason why we were starting with the 1 inch mill resurface and the steel coating, it's not based on like worst condition, because clearly the worst condition is the other areas. This was like a financial decision.
Yep.
But it's
if
also
the
to
funds-
preserve the roads from deteriorating over time.
Exactly. So if the funds were available, we would want to go to the worst areas first, but these areas might be deteriorating. If all the funds are $150,000 a year, it would take about 10 years to finish the CDD, which that's the life of a pavement. Yeah. So if
But you have a 5-year plan here for the entire CDD, why would it take 10 years?
because these are at $300,000 a year.
Oh, okay, I see what you're saying.
So I was
You
saying
said
if it was
300.
only $150 a year, it would take.
I gave you a starting point, you gave me a finish point, maybe
Yeah.
we could finish around 300 maybe, or 250, let's see.
Yeah.
We have good numbers though, I like what you did, I appreciate it.
Of course.
Kristen, did you have a chance? Sorry. Did you have a chance to look at the bonds as far as the option of securing additional funding to
The one
this?
that you emailed this morning, no, not today, no. But I can take a look at it.
Yeah, just for the board, where he's saying if the funds are available now, the work can be done. That is an avenue that it could possibly exist to look at a loan or additional bond if it's not in contention with your current existing ones, where you can get all this work knocked out and get it done, save the roads, et cetera, on a very expedited timeline.
Yes, that's something that I do want to look into once I get the bond transcripts for the CDD, is contacting your bond counsel and see if there's any refinance options to potentially save the district money, and then also address some of the big projects that need to be completed. So hopefully by the next meeting, or if we decide to do a special meeting or something like that, I'll have an update for you, but I'm still waiting for those bond transcripts, the entirety of them, and then look into that option.
Peter, 1 through 10, how bad is year 0?
From a condition perspective? It's not the worst condition again, because those are.
1 through 10, if you can, please.
It's Instead of being the worst. I would say probably a 3, maybe.
Yeah, 3, 4.
That's not an engineering.
Not a scale, not an engineering scale.
But it's informed, I guess.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, so we're all set with the engineer?
Mike, good? Good.
Thank you.
Thank you, Peter, appreciate your time.
Okay, so let's move forward. So we're gonna discuss the budget. We're gonna move the budget a little down to discuss it since that the budget is gonna take longer.
Okay.
And also, maybe we're gonna do some,
So if I can, just because of the new situation with the iPads and the printing and whatnot, we have the letter that council just sent out loaded on your iPad. So rather than go to the agenda and load up and get printed back and forth, do you mind if we do that now? Because this will be loading up a separate document one time and then back to the agenda for good. Does that work for you?
Sure, yeah, we can go there. Do you want to talk about the gate first or the books there?
Yeah, we can do it. I'm just trying to stop us from having to jump back and forth. So I guess Herman and Mario, do you guys want to do the gate first while we have residents here?
Let's go ahead and just do the field operation stuff and then we'll come back to the rest of the stuff. Is that all right?
yeah.
That's fine, whatever you prefer.
Is that right, guys?
Let's get that
Is that
done.
what
I did also email you a line of the early termination agreement as well, so it's not up on your iPads just yet. Check your email, there'll be one there too.
It'll be on the iPads. It's just a matter of having to, exit one and load another, exit that, load back. So realistically, it's 30 seconds.
Okay.
So you guys want to do the start on the access control?
Yeah, we'll start with proposals, yep.
Alright, that is down on page 203, we're gonna start. Thanks, Peter.
And your eyes are good.
There are bookmarks. If you guys hit the 3 dots, you can jump to a bookmark. It'll be bookmark 9B1. Yeah, it's a lot of scrolling. So when
Sorry, I'm a little technically challenged. All right.
Should we provide a background on the termination of the gate document? Okay, so just to update the board, as you know, you had directed me at the last Board of Supervisors meeting to pursue early termination of the Envera agreements. Turns out that there were 2 effective agreements with Envera, one for the gate surveillance and one for the pool surveillance. Okay, so during the attorney's report, I'll discuss with you about the pool contract with Envera, which is still ongoing because there's a liquidated damage clause. But we were able to terminate the gate surveillance agreement with Envera without a liquidated damage penalty by providing 30-day notice. And there was some back and forth with their attorney because notice was due by a specific date, not the end of the month, as I think was everyone's understanding at the board meeting. So that was good news. We were able to secure termination on the 27th of April without a penalty. As a result of that, there was a lot of correspondence that I know Gabe received, and probably some board of supervisors, out of concern from the residents that there's no longer a gate at the front entrance. And so there was direction to reach out to Osceola County Sheriff's Department in order to see about duty patrol officers coming out here. It was an item that was approved in the budget. But today I will be asking for your permission to proceed with having off-duty officers come into the CDD patrol. I'm not going to disclose the dates on the public record because obviously that's not something we want to do. But I can say that there was some feedback and some direction to pursue that. Okay, out of a concern for the safety of the residents in this interim time until the board made a decision on the gate. And there was also discussion directing us to come up with a blurb to send to your district manager, to send to the HOA management company to distribute to residents so that they were aware that the board had in fact taken some action to provide off-duty patrol services for the safety of the communities. So I just wanted to make sure that residents were aware of that action that was taken by the board, once we had confirmation that we could in fact terminate the agreement with Enviro. So I just wanted to preface our discussion about the gate, just letting residents know that the board had taken some action on it.
Thank you. So we got the first proposal, is complete access control, is the 22A74.
So this is a proposal that I was asked by the board members at the last meeting to obtain, to keep us within a $44,000 budget, and I think that's what they said we had available for this project. This includes putting in new motors for the gates and have them operational, and a new system for access, but it does not include, you know, repainting the gates, making them refurbished. It does not include all four arms that are there, to have them all four operational. It only includes two of them. So we kind of condensed the work as much as possible to bring the number down. But at this number, we would still have a lot of work to do next year, and it would probably be more expensive. So that's that first bid. Should I go to the next one?
Correct. The next one is going to be the 23195.
Correct. This bid is basically doing everything we need to do at the gate, and because the original bid I got was including clubhouse access, putting everything under one system. But we've, you know, with the pushback on the budget, I understand. So I went ahead and got another bid that would include basically redoing the entire system, but only at the gate, doing nothing with the clubhouse, leaving what we have now. So this will include 4 brand new motors for the gates, refinishing all 4 gates, putting in 4 barriers, 2 on the exit, 2 on the entrance, and the new operating system, which is MyQ LiftMaster. And basically everything entailing, you know, there's a lot of little technical things I don't want to get into, but like putting loops and things, all the sensors that are required. But this is basically doing the whole entire job with exception of pavers. And that total figure is $67,621 for that. We would still need to invest money on pavers at some point. Those are the 2 bids that I got and I'm presenting.
Yeah, and then we have another one, that's key access control. I was able to find the same scope of work. I just sent it to that company, and they came back with the same for the 4 engines, for the big gates, the 4 barriers, taking the big gates and fix them, level them, paint them, make them brand new, pretty much. Here we have the quotes, and also that same company, they do the removal and repair of the same pavers and also putting brand new ones. So we have on the same quote, and we are around $61,480 just to do the equipment at the gate. Adding the pavers is going to be around $68,000. And then putting brand new ones, obviously, is a little bit more. And then we have a quote with a company that does pavers. Where is it? It's with 2-year warranty, doing brand new pavers on the 4 locations, you know, the 2 entry and the 2 exits, and leveling, putting everything how it's supposed to, is going to be $12,600. If we're going to repair it, it's going to have a 1-year warranty, and it's going to cost $7,800.
What about if they're new? What if the pavers are new?
No, if they're new, with Matau is $12,600.
And the warranty is the same?
Correct. No, it's 2 years with brand new, 1 year for the usual repair ones. And then on the cost of this type of system, both of them, they're going to use the MyQ system, so it's going to be more controlled by the residents. Anyone comes to the gate to go to your house, you are the one answering. You are the one saying, yes, I'm at home, come in. For public access, that's something else. They have to call a number, and that number will give them access to the public records. But for your house, you're not gonna have the same issue as before that, you are not at your house, then you are not. Then you tell the person that is visiting you at the home, come back later. But for public access, like I said, it's gonna have a different method of calling.
Yeah, and the other thing is that with this system, I know it sounds expensive and it blows your mind that we're gonna put all this money into the gate, but the reality is that we were paying almost $9,000 a month for Envera service here for the last several years. That's close to $100,000, and the repairs were extra. There was a lot of money being put into the gate, and it wasn't really working. With this system, we're not going to pay that much maintenance. Monthly maintenance is going to be minimal. It's basically going to be more related if people want licenses to their app in order to have more facility to open with the app, but that's a choice. I'm thinking, and I mean, this is up to the board to decide, but I'm thinking that if the CDD provides one license per household, and then if people want additional licenses, they can pay for those themselves, then the cost of the CDD would be a lot less than we're paying now, probably even less than $2,000, $2,500 a month, rather than $10,000. And that includes preventive maintenance on the gate, which is something that has never been done here. So they will come out every 3 months. They will grease up, align the gates, make sure that they're working properly, troubleshoot all the emergency stuff on there, and basically let us know if there's any repairs that we should be thinking about making ahead of time. So hopefully we can prevent the gate from breaking.
Yeah, and then I was reading that both companies are offering the same service of preventive maintenance. The 3 months, they're gonna come and do the same thing. Kings obviously is offering management of the database. So if we need them to upload any person, any information, any new homeowner, they have a form already, you fill it out, you send it to the email, or the management district send the email to them, they upload it to the system, and you're gonna have access to the gate. And the agreement is there as well, so you guys can read it. So we have any discussion on the gates?
I know you were saying the public, they still have access. Can you break that down and tell me what that means for the public? I know you say that they will have to call the homeowner, and the homeowner will have to be able to say, no, I'm home, come back later, or what have you. But when you say public access, what does that mean?
Right, so I can give you a little bit of background on why these roads need to be public right now. They need to be open to the public, and that's because they were financed using CDD tax exempt bonds. Okay, so those tax exempt bonds that the CDD issued that are being paid back from assessments by residents. Right. There's requirements on those bonds. If they were used to construct any infrastructure, that infrastructure needs to be remained open for the public to access it. So on those roads, until the bonds are paid off, the roads need to remain open to the public. And so we call these types of gates soft gates usually. So they certainly residents can have a key card, but we technically can't restrict members of the public from entering. They have to have at least one entrance into the CDD.
Yeah. I think your question was more about the logistics and how do you let them in, right?
But you are the one answering, so.
Yeah, no, hold on, you're confusing him, because he's confused because he thinks the public's gonna be calling homeowners to open the gate.
No.
That's what I'm getting from him, right?
Yeah, when you
No,
say
no,
the
no.
public.
So for the public, there will be a decal on the device of what number they need to call, or there will be on the directory a number that we haven't figured out yet who's gonna do it, but there's companies out there that are like virtual guard type of services where they will call that person, they'll provide whatever information we want them to provide, and then that person will open the gate for the public access only. But for residents and stuff, they have to have their access.
Okay.
So somebody's gonna come visit you is because you are giving them your address and they come to visit you. So you don't gotta have anyone telling you public access to your.
Also, if you have a visitor, let's say, that's staying with you for a couple of weeks, and instead of you opening the gate every time they come in and out, you can create a QR code in the system and send it to their phone or even print it for them, and they can use that QR code to come in and out as long as you want them to until you put the expiration date on it. So it has a lot of different features that could be utilized, and we don't have to use all of them. We can pick which ones we want, but all these different features are available in the system. And we've looked at least, I've looked at probably 3 different systems, and this is probably the one that's highly recommended by most communities, and that it's more widely utilized in this area.
Yeah, in the last meeting, I think, when I wasn't here, I brought the Butterfly MX. It's kind of the system, but that's more technical, and that's like $20,000 a year, on fees. So this one is the least fees monthly that we're gonna get.
Herman, can I ask a question?
Yes.
All right, you just said that this third company, like the public comes in, they have to call, we have to get another company to answer that phone? Or is this included in your monthly thing of $2,000? So it's another
Well,
company
the
that
$2,000, just for the record, the $2,000 or $2,500 that I mentioned is the guesstimate, okay? If you look at this bid, $2,000 are not in here, okay?
But
All right?
you need a third
It's less
company.
than that, but we're guesstimating how many licenses people tend to request, we're guesstimating different things. So yes, it'll be a third party, it wouldn't be us doing it. I mean, if we have a volunteer in the community that wants to do it, we can get a Google number and have them do it, but I don't think that's the right way to
But do
go.
we have a price on that monthly charge that this third company is gonna charge?
Not yet, because we don't even know if we're gonna get the system, so why would we quote that
I
if we
think
don't
that
even
would
know
be
if we're
something
gonna get the
that
system?
to find out, because they can charge you $5,000 a month.
That's what Envera was charging for all the work they were doing there, and we're not gonna get that many people coming through there requesting that access.
Yeah, like this one, we
I'd like
can
to see
find
what
a
the
different.
price would be.
Yeah, the price is not, I know for sure it's not gonna be allowed. We have a lot of call centers, because it's not billed to a person that we need, it's just a call center. So it's a call, and we don't gonna have the same people coming into this little area, because before, everybody was coming in just because.
And it may be easier than that. I think we have to talk more about the technicalities with the vendor once we get this approved, because, there's so many different things that you can do that. But I'm pretty sure that there's a way that you can program that where they can call that number, hit number 9 and the gate opens, or something along those lines. You understand? We wouldn't need a virtual person. I was just thinking virtual person, just because I think we would want to get some data, maybe get the person's name, where they're going, that kind of stuff. But we don't have to do it that way. Yes?
If we have this app, and I have, let's say, an air conditioning company coming in to do service, and I would be able to send them a QR code dated for today, and it ends today.
Yep.
You can do that, or you can open the gate when they're there.
Okay.
Now, if you turn away this resident, then they can still access under the public access. Correct, Kristen?
But if they wanted to, correct?
We would need to have an option for.
Right.
Yep.
We have to have an option.
But
Just to
myself,
be clear that we can't just tell someone absolutely.
well, if they come into my house, I say no.
Well, the homeowner cannot open them if they don't know them, but they can call the public access
Correct.
number and get access if they wanted to.
Right, but I'm saying even if they call you and you say no, they can still call the public
Correct.
access.
Correct, yeah, they're gonna call.
That's
yeah.
the option,
Yeah.
correct.
Chairman, there's any more questions? It's up to you whether or not you want to take public comment or questions.
Let's move forward, so the meetings are not taking long. Any more
More discussion?
Harry, how much money we got left?
41,000 for the year.
So this covers 42,000?
When you are talking 41,000 for the year, where are you getting that number from?
That's just for your contract for your security, your gatehouse security service. That's the 88,000.
So that's the budget that Envera has left for this fiscal year, is what you're saying?
They used to have, yes, you have 88 to your security services for your gatehouse contract, and, sorry, you have 88, you've used 47 this far.
Remember, this is up to March, so April is gone.
No, there was no service in April, is that correct? For,
April 27th.
April
You
27?
paid the prorated rate until April 27th.
so yeah, add a little bit to that.
So 36,685. That's how much we got left,
Give or take.
close to that amount.
So is there any other monies that were reserved for repairs, maintenance?
So every
We got the
year,
300,000.
Every
And other gate expenses?
So nothing specific for gates. Now you guys have the right to move money. So you have the $183,000 that's there every year for the pipe repairs that we utilize at the end of the fiscal year to supplement our active repair work. You have a $300,000 reserve as well, and whatever you have in unassigned cash. So it really.
How much we got in assigned cash?
Well, I'm pulling that up. This is what I was kind of explaining to you guys last time, is that you need to get to the point of finding the prioritizing, right? That's all it is between the roads, the ponds, the gates, the roof, right? Where we're at the point where we can't do it all. We can do half of it comfortably unless you want to use every dollar in savings you have.
So is there any pipe work currently on the table that needs to be done before the end of the fiscal year?
That'd be a question for your engineer. He provided a.
But I mean, he didn't present anything on pipes today, so I assume he doesn't have anything.
So he provided us 3 years ago, 2 years ago for that. It was a 5-year plan for $183,000. Now he did the same thing similar to this, where he said order priority, and we handled the emergency ones. I don't know if things have progressed, if it's gotten worse, if this is a hard timeline. I mean, being that we have 183, that is kind of up to your discretion. It's a discretionary amount. I can't imagine it's a hard emergency line, right? The fact it is discretionary and not a set number suggests to me that there's some wiggle room.
Correct. Plus, if Vera's gone now and we don't have that $9,000 that we're spending every month, and our cost on the new system is going to be around $2,000, that's $7,000 a month that we're saving, that we can recover whatever extra we have to use today for this new system.
You're saving against a budgeted amount, so it's not a real saving. You would still be over by however much you're actually over, right? The savings against that wouldn't apply. So if you end up spending $120,000, you're going to be 32 over, right? No matter if you're paying this company less month over month, at the end of the fiscal year, you're still at that high amount.
Correct. What I'm trying to say, the reserves that we use, or whatever you want to call it. The problem here is we got a lot of money, but it's all allocated to other things that are not really top-notch priorities today, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah,
and I'm thinking that the gate right now is a priority because everybody is concerned about security.
Well, that's why I asked Peter, what would this look like if you put it off a year?
Yeah.
Because if you don't want to repay
Furthermore, September of last year, I believe, or actually no, it was November of last year, the previous board of the CDD approved $95,000 service to remove Envera and put another company with the same system that Envera had. That was going to cost us another $6,000-7,000 a month. Then that was approved. How come we don't have the money now for that? Where did that money go?
Oh, it didn't exist before.
So they approved it without existence. So hence
you have the option to break your budget, right? It's just I'm advising you that you are going to do that.
No, and I understand that, but I think the supervisor's comment here that brought to the table is basically he's trying to say we don't have the money. Yet he voted to approve a system that costs way more money than we're trying to approve, just to replace with another system of the same quality that we had before by a different vendor, which made no sense.
Well, and Laura, just some fallacy, so to speak, right? If you're going to replace it middle of the year, you're already down that $40,000. Or if you're breaking it beginning of the year, you haven't spent that money yet, so it wouldn't be as large of an overage.
But it was November. It was November, though. It would have been over budget anyway, because there wasn't a contract in January when we took over anyway.
Right, and then plus $30,000 they have to pay for equipment as well, because they missed that. For that reason they didn't do it, because they approved only the service.
But anyway, my point is the fact that I think that the supervisors here today should consider making this investment in our community for the security and for the sake of saving money in our security long term. Even if it puts us over budget for this rest of this fiscal year, we can always reallocate the funds on the next fiscal year in the new budget.
Yeah, it's not my job, nor am I trying to convince you either.
No, it's not you. I'm just trying to make it clear that, because I think it's being implied, not by you, but the other supervisor that brought this up, that we're kind of trying to break the bank here, and that's not necessarily true. we have money, it's just poorly allocated from the previous budget, and we would need to fix it for the next coming fiscal year. So, any other questions?
So Gabriel, if we have 36,685, close to 37, and this project costs 42,721, so we are $5,000 over. Where are we gonna get the $5,000 from?
For any allocated budget.
Yeah, you can pull that from your reserve, your $300,000.
And that is the problem. The reserve is for a reason.
But it's supposed to have 500,000.
Not for to fulfill a campaign's promise.
Anyway, so yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
No more questions?
So we have 3 proposals. So we have one for 44, where is it? 42,721 with 56 cents, and that's doing just the gates and no leveling, no sanding, no painting, no nothing, and then only 2 barriers. Then we have the other one that is a complete one without pavers. It's going to be 67,621. And that's including everything. Then we have the third one that has the same as the previous one, complete with everything, 4 barrier, 4 gates, for 61,480. And this one you can include the pavers as well. That is going to be a total of 61,480 plus 5.75. 68.55, that's only doing repairs of pavers. If you want to do new pavers, it's going to be the total of,
The bottom line there, right?
yeah, I got an update, 88550. It's going to be a total of 76,605. And that's including brand new pavers.
So then to compare apples to apples, you would look at no pavers included, is that right?
So I think we should concentrate on just the gate system for now. Let's put the pavers for another motion. For now, I think we should consider the system. I think looking at access control and King's, what was it called? King's Access? That was they're basically doing the same work. And the basic difference is that King's whatever access, it's including managing the database, which I think will take off a little bit of work off the management. They will also provide the maintenance for 1 year, right? The preventive maintenance is already included in that bottom line for a year, which access control is not doing either of those things. So, when you look at that, and then the price point is actually almost $6,000 less than access control, I think, folks, I know it's a lot of money, like I said, and, to me, I've always been a person that I'd rather do things right from the beginning and get it right than to just do kind of half the job and then have to invest more money. If we do the lower bid right now, just getting the gates operational and then try to get it pretty later, it's gonna cost us a lot more money. So I think, I was elected on the basis that I was gonna deliver a proper gate that this community will be proud to come home to every day. And I personally think that we should highly consider King's proposal on just doing the entire thing for $61,480. If anybody has any comments on that, let me know.
I think I'm on the other end, Mario. I would rather the 42 and make sure the system works. This is something that's unprecedented, it's new. What if the app system doesn't work in a year, our residents don't pick up on it, it becomes more of a hassle, I don't know, right? Like
When you say work, what do you mean by work?
Like for our residents, right? What if our residents don't pick up on it? Is something that is useful to them. One of our residents go, look, that sticker thing, just, I didn't have to deal with it, the app I have to have open, or however you interact with it, and the Invera idea, we'll call it, right, of how they interact with the gate is better for our residents, but we just committed to a system that...
Well, remember, MyQ does not require that you use the app. That's another thing I forgot to mention. The current stickers that we have could be migrated into the system and still be used. So it means that homeowners don't have to buy new stickers. Secondly, you know, if the transponder that reads the stickers breaks someday, we can just put kind of the same type of access we have for the clubhouse, where you can use your access card to the clubhouse to come in through the gate as well. So, you know, there's different options that could be done. I personally think that if you put in the 42,000 and people don't like it, what are you going to do? You're going to rip it out and buy another one? Doesn't make any sense. I mean, if we commit to it, we're committed to it. We have to make it work. And if other communities are using it around the entire country, it has to be a system, highly rated system. It has to work.
And also, the only difference that we're talking about here is the cleaning, you know, like the looks of the gate. Like if we don't do it right now, that gate, a lot of people have been telling me in this community, the front look awful. You know, pretty much the people want to feel that they come into a community that they belong to, that, you know, they're proud of it. Right now, it looks bad. So
Management, how many times when the gate was operational that you guys been here, has someone plowed into that gate and broke it?
Twice a week?
no,
And broke it? The gate? Not the barriers, the
sorry.
gate.
I don't have a number for that. I would have to check with Freddie.
But was it really common?
Not to my recollection, not the big gate. The
Right.
arms,
So,
different story.
yeah,
The main reason why the gate stopped functioning is because they weren't aligned properly and they kept scraping the concrete and being forced to be open, and that blew out some of the motors. And that's why preventive maintenance is important. I think the gates will be much more effective than Envera has ever been. And the only thing more effective than this is going to be putting another guard at the gate like we used to have. But as we know that the cost of that is astronomical in this day and age. So, you know, that's where I'm at. If anybody has any more questions or not, then I can go ahead and make a motion.
I would just like to state for the community, we have to realize that our community, a lot of us were sold with the idea that this is a gated community. And I want to be clear, we are not a gated community. We are a community with a gate at the front. And a gated community truly means there is a barrier all the way around our community, and we don't have that. Right? So when everyone says we're a gated community, we have a gate at the front of our community, it's still not going to stop people, and we've seen it coming in from the backside of our community and entering our community. So it's also something that we have to realize as residents living here, that just because there's a barrier there, that doesn't stop someone from walking into our community, doesn't stop someone from coming in from the community next door. Will it deter people from coming in? Will it deter people from hitting that big gate? Yes, I believe it will, compared to those arms, right? We kind of got the idea that the arm was like, right? But I want to make sure that that's on the record and clear. We are not a gated community. We are a community with a gate at the front.
So you're saying you're gonna fix the actual gates?
We're talking the big swing black
If
gates.
someone wants to break through, they're gonna damage their car.
correct.
Cool.
We're talking the big steel aluminum black gates.
Good.
Yeah.
Gabriel, who found these companies?
The two explaining it.
The two explainer, okay?
I'm glad you said their names are on it. Maria's on the complete access control. Emily Furman is on the Kings.
So let's,
I have one comment. I would like to say as a resident, we can care less about the politics at this moment.
Yep.
Our concern is mainly the gate.
correct.
Whether the old board worked or didn't work, or the new board is working or is not working, our main concern as a resident is literally to have the gate fixed.
Correct.
We understand we're not a complete gated community, like he was explaining, but our main concern is if we're paying for something, then we would like the system to work, be a workable system. Whatever differences y'all have, it's okay. I work for in a company that is completely voted in. So I understand the politics and stuff, but sometimes you have to put things aside to get things done for the community.
Thank you. Just, one more so we can continue.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention, you're now switching to the metal gates instead of the pole.
I'm sorry, I didn't get the
You're
question.
switching to the metal gate and not a pole.
Well, it's gonna be poles and metal gates.
That'll be both.
The place we lived in before was Remington, they had metal gates. And people would just push the car very slowly. And still break the gate. So just want to make you aware of that. They don't have to hit it hard. Just push with a $3,000 or $4,000 pound car, and that gate will not hold up against that motor. We found this all the time. I come to the gates wide open. Why? Somebody pushed it. And it takes 2 or 3 days to fix it, and it's not cheap. The motors are expensive.
Yeah,
Well, the good news is now we're using a local company, so the repairs should be a lot quicker.
No, I'm saying you should ask the question, how will it hold up against that kind of activity? That's all.
Well, so, and the best way to find out interest is by someone motioning and taking a vote.
Correct.
Right? So, I mean, you guys, and please feel free to keep discussing, but you said you were considering making a motion.
Yes, I'm ready to make a motion, if there's no more questions.
Well, we can make the motion in a second and then continue discussion before we vote on it.
Okay.
So that's another avenue.
So I want to make a motion to go with King's Access Control, doing the entire bid of $61,480 to revamp the entire gate, exit, and entrance.
I got a question for the chairman before he made the motion.
Well, hold on, we have a
Motion.
I second the motion.
We have a second now, discussion.
Okay, good. So if I got a family member that he's 90 years old and he wants to get access to the community and he's not a cell phone or computer savvy, how he's gonna get in?
On the pad, you give them the code, whatever you code. You can give it a paper, if they call you from the keypad to your phone, you press 9.
He can call you on
get
the
in.
phone and you
Yeah.
can let him in.
So is that
And you can, if he's there at the gate, he can call you, say, I'm here, and you open with the app and the gate's open.
what about a vendor? How the vendor is gonna get in?
You give them the code as well.
So that person is gonna be spreading.
No, because you give them 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, or a one-time code. As soon as they use it, that's it. They cannot use it anymore.
Okay, good. All right. So just for the records, this is a $25,000 over budget proposal. Go ahead with the motion.
Well, so we have a motion, we have a second, so now we would vote if there's no other discussion amongst the board.
So all in favor? Aye.
I'll go with that,
Sorry, Mike.
That was yours?
Yes.
Yes, so it's 4 yeses.
And those opposed?
Of course, I'm opposed. Doesn't make any sense. Where are they gonna get the money? From the $300,000 that the previous board left?
It can
for
be from there or from the
emergency?
bonus sign, huh?
That's why the community wasn't flooded when the water was
Out
all
of
the way
order,
to the
out of order,
to
out of
the
order.
Yes,
system.
to speak, hold on.
No.
So they promised that from the campaign. That's what they're pushing this.
We're done
I
with the
just wanted to
discussion.
get
This is why the meeting's
on the
taking
record.
forever, because the discussion
This is what is
continues
happening.
after a vote.
come on.
Let's keep going.
The issue's dead, passed, it's done, let's move on.
Can we just listen for a second? What you said about the flood?
Well,
This is about.
that the
So
reason.
now the homeowners are gonna control the meeting,
So,
come on, guys.
this is
Let's
why
get
I
our
asked
stuff
if
together.
you guys want to take, and Kristen asked if you guys want to take public comments, you do not have to.
No,
That's
we're
why-
not. And that's why we should move on.
You're the board, you have to control what's going on.
We should move on.
Yeah, we already.
After the meeting, man, you can talk to the supervisor, he can fill you in on what he was trying to say. But the issue's
He
done.
was talking about election stuff, so something extra. Yeah.
Nah,
So-
Unrelated.
Not unrelated to the issue here. So let's move forward.
so pavers.
So the pavers. So we have the quote from, obviously, as you see when you come into the community, we have uneven areas that obviously have to be fixed. That we told the engineering, and also we need to put loops under for safety for the cars and to know where the cars are close to the gate and leaving the gate so they can close. So all that had to be done. And we have Matao pavers. So as said before, they're doing repairs for $7,800. Just using the same paver and repair the ones that they're broken. They're gonna replace them. and then we got the brand new one for 12,600. And from King's Access, they doing it for 5,775 plus 14,325.
Herman, this is just a quick question, the same area that you have the engineer looking at?
Yes.
So if it's found that there needs to be substantial work there, then we'll put this off, right? Then not redo the papers and then need to.
No, correct. Whatever he found, if he said just a depression due to, I don't know, the pavement move or whatever, then, you know.
I think we can approve this with contingency of the engineer's.
That's what I'm getting at, because we want it to be contingent.
I agree. That's why I asked the engineer to look at it, because I don't wanna do anything that's gonna just be damaged, because there's something underlying there.
So we got those, two options, repair or brand new ones.
So I'll make the motion so that we can discuss it. I make the motion that we go with Mattel pavers, for repair, because I think that it's not essential to spend the extra money, even though the difference is not substantial. But I think that it will give us the look that we're looking for. So this includes also like cleaning them and sealing them and all that stuff, right?
And that's the one on page 221 for 7,800?
Let me look at it again, but I think
Yes,
that's
certainly
right.
includes taking out the old ones, cross-concrete, pavers back and watch.
Yeah, so that's the one, that's the one I'm making the motion on.
So, Gabriel, once again, who found that company?
Yeah, I second that motion.
Dave?
Second from Herman.
So we have Mario and Herman.
Open for discussion.
I believe this came from Herman.
From Herman? Okay, so is that the same company that 2 board members for the HOA who's using their own house? That's the same company?
I don't know who they've used for their own.
That's the same company that many homeowners have used for their house, not board members. I
Including
don't know
2
any
board members
that-
for the HOA?
What board members in the HOA have pavers? I don't know.
Jason
who they-
Simmons and Jose Luis Sanchez Garcia.
And what
And who
have
else
to
is
do
it?
with that?
Uh,
Just out of order, just let's pick any, oh my God, this guy.
This is when corruption starts.
Oh my God.
Any,
I'll just chime in on that comment. So, board members probably know from your prior council, but if you have a financial interest in a vendor, so say you work for that vendor, or you own part of the company, or your spouse or family member does, then you need to let myself know, and we have a form that you fill out, and then you recuse yourself from that vote, from voting on that item. So if you do have a financial interest in a company that submits a proposal or a proposal on the agenda, please do let us know so that we're following ethics laws.
And from my point of view, I will always avoid that because I don't want to give you that extra work and I don't want to even make anything seem like it's even like that. So I have no financial interest in any of the companies that we're discussing today.
Okay.
so it's open for discussion. Anyone has any questions?
Oh, by the way, my motion was for this proposal with the contingency that engineering approves that it's a go.
So I second again because,
Yes, we have the motion in a second already. If there's no other discussion, doesn't sound like there's any, then we can vote.
So this is to take them up, put leveling sand,
Yeah,
get them
flip
all
them.
square and put back together.
and flip them.
Put them back, repairing breaks, cracks, anything that may be damaged with them. This says wash. So they washing them or are they flipping them?
Well, they gotta flip them and wash them because they have to wash the bottom. They're dirty from the.
Okay,
And
but
then-
they're not gonna install them, because there's the right side and the wrong side of the paper. They're not gonna install them upside down. When I see flip, I see them doing like this and putting them back to the ground.
Yeah, I don't know how they do it. I know they flip them. But they put in the way that they're supposed to. I'm not a paper guy.
Okay.
The company, they.
Because some pavers have the beveled edge and there's a right and a wrong
Gotcha,
side.
gotcha, yeah.
Right, and that's why I want to make sure they're not just flipping them because it looks good, but they're actually installing them.
Corey, payment would be subject to inspection.
Right.
By the engineer, or by provide field service.
Right, I'm just trying to get ahead of like what the terminology is behind it. And then that includes the polymeric sand, which will hopefully lock them in place and be good.
Yep.
And do they seal it after that, or is that part of it, or is it just saving them in
Yeah,
polymeric?
just that, just
Okay.
that. He mentioned, I asked for sealer, but he said on those, on roads when vehicles pass, the sealer doesn't stay.
Doesn't take.
Yeah. And that's wasting money, you know, if we put it,
Agreed.
it'll be wasting money.
Okay.
And Corey, if you have a preference, or if any board of supervisors have a preference, we can try to write in your preference into the proposal. I'm also going to, I wanted to ask after the gate, but I would recommend that you motion to direct me to write up our form agreement that we spoke about, that my firm prepares. It's a form agreement, so it doesn't take very long, but it has a termination clause in there, 30 days without cause. There's full indemnification, reimbursement for damage caused by a vendor. There's a requirement for them to obtain insurance and list the CDD as an additional insured. And then there's also a provision in there that will only pay for the services after review and sign off by the CDD to ensure that the work was completed up to our standards. So I would recommend that you direct me to enter into an agreement, or draft an agreement. We attach the proposals in your agenda, whichever one you select, as an exhibit to that agreement.
Okay.
And that's helpful if there is an issue with the vendor or with their work in the future.
Yeah, the only question I have on that, both of these vendors, I believe, require 50% deposit. Is that gonna be an issue with that, or?
We write that in. So
Okay.
if they have a specific term that they're requiring and the board approves it, then we'll write that in. But we'll put in there that the payment will be made after inspection by the CDD and sign off on the sufficiency of the work being completed.
That's fine.
So do we have to do a motion for that, for the?
Let's get through this motion first.
Yeah,
You can do it
That
both
one,
at the
that
same,
one.
yeah, you can say a motion to direct
Got it.
district council to prepare the agreements, the
So
standard.
add it now to the motion?
No, the after.
I'm sorry, just wanted to.
That's okay, thank you for letting me know. Vote. Vote.
Oh, so no more comments on the favors? No? So all in favors, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Opposed?
One opposed.
Motion carries.
Can I just interject one more time? I
Yes.
just want to make sure that I understand I just want to make sure for the gate that we're up and running, that we have all the approvals necessary to make sure that it's up and running.
Yes.
So the proposal that was approved was just for.
The pavers.
The favors.
Separate.
No, there's two separate
Okay.
ones, there's a gate one.
The gate, okay. So does that include operation, or do we need to have a separate motion, perhaps delegating authority to one of the board members?
That's a
with
good
a not to
idea,
exceed?
that's a good idea.
Okay, because these proposals don't include an operation factor, correct?
No.
Okay,
They
but
don't.
we can always hold a special meeting if, you know.
No, I think that's a great idea, I think that would help speed things up, because, the gate has to go in like yesterday. So we really need to, get that fixed.
So we're looking to amend the agreement, or the motion to accept King's access control.
I would just say,
We're
we
gonna
need
add
to
another
address
motion.
operation
Okay.
services for that, so if we want to delegate authority to an individual board member to enter into an agreement for an operator, the person going to be on the other side or whatnot, with a not to exceed, just so that we're able to get it up and running as quickly as possible. I think we probably need an additional motion regarding operation at the gate.
But that's not changing the pricing or anything like that, right? It's just to give them authorization to speak to the vendor and carry out the details that need to be done to get it to our expectation, right?
Does this proposal include operation at the gate?
It's not operational.
So in Vera, you were paying them monthly, you were paying them.
Oh, okay, no,
$8,000.
that's a separate contract with MyQ, with the system that operates the gate, it's a different.
Yeah, that one,
Do we
yeah.
have authorization already for that?
No, not yet.
Okay.
Yeah, so-
Do we want to
So, yeah, we gotta
delegate
delegate
authority
that, okay.
so that that agreement can be entered into?
Now I
Because
understand
otherwise,
what
the
you're saying.
gate,
I'm sorry,
it's just closed.
I'm still new to the
No.
terminology, but I don't understand what you're saying. Okay, so are we done with this motion now?
Yes, yeah.
So we need to make two more motions on this issue.
So the
So-
motion for the legal counsel.
Okay, let's make a motion for legal counsel to draft the forms for both of these contracts with the appropriate clauses as appropriate.
I second the motion.
Yep. Any other discussion on that one? And that's just for the gate installation, the pavers, and we'll include the operations.
If that
Correct.
gets approved by the board.
So do we have any cost on the operation? How much will be monthly?
Or how about all of them, how about, as necessary for the gate, up to those 3 items?
Do you have the numbers there for the, mic here?
Like I said, for
District Council, do we have any information on how much this operation will cost a month?
I
A
don't.
month is minimal. I have it. I don't have it with me right now this minute. But it's very minimal in terms of operational costs, less than $1,000 a month, to be honest with you. The cost that drives the cost up is depending on how many licenses we choose to buy on the app, because the system includes 30 licenses. We need, if we're gonna provide each homeowner with a license, management, and whoever else needs access, then I'm thinking we're gonna need about 489 at least, if not probably 500 licenses, provided that everybody wants one, because it's also optional. People don't have to take the license if they don't want to. So if everybody wants a license, we're talking 500 licenses, and 30 is already included. The other 470 we pay $1 a month for the licenses. So if you add that up, it's about $12 a year per person per license. So the cost. This is where I came up with the 2,500 guesstimate. It's including the operational, the licensing for the app, the preventive maintenance. When you put it all together, it's about that much, because the maintenance is about 2,500 or
1,500.
1,500 a year for the maintenance. So
3 times.
And I think for comparison purposes, it might help residents that in Vera, you were paying approximately $1,000 per month for the operation services of the gate. Now, what I've seen happen before, or at other CDDs, is that there'll be a motion to delegate authority to a board member to enter into a service agreement like we had with Invera, with my form agreement, because we don't want to get stuck in a liquidated damage situation like we had done with Invera. But so we would look for a motion to delegate authority to a board of supervisor to enter into a service agreement with a not to exceed number. Sounds as though you're discussing $2,500, are approximating right now, but maybe not to exceed.
No, because the 1,500 already included in this, so I would say 1,000, 1,500 should be more than enough per month.
Okay. I mean, if it's
Not to
not,
exceed
you could
1,500.
potentially do a special meeting to get it up and running.
Correct.
We
No,
can
I don't
come
think
back
it'll
to
be
the
more than
board,
that.
But that's an option for you guys to consider.
Yeah. All right. So I'll make the motion to authorize. You want to do the point of contact?
Yeah, at the time.
So authorize our chairman to engage in operational contractual agreement with the blessing of our council and with the appropriate forms, not to exceed an operational expense with my Q of greater than 1,500 per month.
I'll second the motion.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed.
All opposed? 1 opposed.
Right, now we have to make the motion for, we already did the.
I think actually finish the motion to authorize me to draft agreements for the construction of the gate and the paperwork.
Okay. Yeah, so I also make a motion to allow our council to do all the appropriate paperwork associated with all 3 of these agreements. Anybody say?
That's it. I'll bring those agreements back to the board so you can get comfortable with the form of agreement that we use, but it's the same basis, the same basic one.
I second the motion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed.
Opposed?
Gabriel, do you know how soon this company will be up and running? No?
To be clear, Junior, I'm not included in this.
That's what I keep asking, because I know that you are not in the loop. You don't know what is going on. It's just 2 more members. Well, it's fine.
Yeah, so it's all going to depend on how soon Infomart can get them the deposit and how long you can do the paperwork.
I can have it to him by next
So they said from the time they get the contract and their deposit, 3 weeks, they can have the system operating.
Well, and often.
But at least I always said between middle of June, you know.
So, and often, when it comes to the deposit, as long as the contract is signed and we tell them it's on the way, work gets started. So, we might be able to save a little bit of time there.
So they said 3 to 4 weeks, so 4 weeks is kind of on, we're thinking sometime in June it should be up and operating.
Okay, so we have all the motions for the gate, favors.
Another food?
So let's,
Right now, maybe a good time to ask permission for the off-duty patrol during the interim period before the day is up and running.
okay.
If you would like, I'm
Yeah.
conscious of this.
So,
Make the motion.
make a motion. So I'm gonna do a motion just to recertify, right, or?
Yeah, so maybe a motion to authorize the expenditure of the line item for security off-duty patrol officers to come out here and patrol the streets while in the interim time until the gate is up and running. So I think that would be we could
4
do
weeks.
3 to 4, okay. The sheriff's department has hourly rates for off-duty officers, and so anyone is able to reserve that time. You just have to provide the days and times, and then they range from $60 to $160 for a lieutenant to come out and patrol the streets. So it sounds like the chairman is asking for a motion to authorize off-duty patrol.
How often will they be patrolling?
That's up to you all, if it's up to you how many days
So,
a week.
let's
I
get
would
a
just-
motion and then we can discuss it.
Guarding it, I would recommend not disclosing the exact times. You just decide the number of days and how many hours per day perhaps, or whatever you're comfortable with.
Anybody want to make a motion? Not on the gate? No?
Yeah, well, yeah, go ahead.
Right, I'll make a motion to authorize sheriff patrol, random hours, between now and the time that the gate is back in operation.
And do you need a delegate?
Do anybody second?
No, we just need a motion and approval. Gabe, do you want to talk about how it's incorporated in the budget, that line item?
Hey guys, can you keep it down, please? So first, I would just ask that you specify there's some authority for someone to book this in case there needs a changing of shifts rather than just completely random, because we do need to submit something to them, even if it's a window, right? We can say, we want you here, you choose, but a window on this day for 12 hours, right? The second thing is, in what Kristen's referring to in your budget, there is a line item that has previously been used for our security at these meetings, where you see the officers posted in the back. Now it's $7,500. At the time of creation, I'm not sure if this was part of it, but just to kind of clear it up and make sure that this is there. But there is a line item that is specifically for
Also,
our patrols. Yeah.
Have we used any of that line item yet?
Yeah, just a few $100.
This,
And then from now.
this year wasn't a lot, because when you guys came on, you had instructed me to stop requesting the officers. So, I'll tell you what that is, let me find it real quick.
We requested to stop bringing the officers to the meetings because there was no point in doing that.
Right, that's what I
We
mean.
never said to stop patrolling.
Yeah, the patrol I asked.
Well, no, there was no normal patrol set. Years and years ago there was, but it kind of just fell through.
But did they stop it or was it something that just died because no one scheduled it?
We've had it multiple districts. It went empty through most of COVID. It went unfilled. And I know that they've changed their system as well, and they had a new coordinator come into place. Now it's an Ashley, before it was a different lady. So I don't know along the way what happened as far as the district and their system, but this is to kind of reason.
But like this, the CDD board never stopped the patrols.
They never made a
Wasn't
motion
motion.
to stop them, is what I'm
Because
saying.
that's what I'm asking, because I was talking to council about it. I said, why we need to do a motion for something that it was already moving, But obviously, she advised that it's best to do it, so I gotta do it, but I'm just asking management why, we have to do a motion on something that is already been approved, been used in the past.
And I can see if I can find the actual purpose of the creation of that sign.
Yeah.
While we kind of keep talking here, but we've used $400 out of the $7,500.
So the motion and then.
Okay, so I'm gonna restate the motion then, given the different parameters. You guys see something?
Yeah, I mean, so that we're being sensitive to the fact that we don't want to disclose the exact dates and times. And maybe the board wants to delegate authority again to someone to work with district manager or district council to schedule these dates and times if they're choosing. It could be 9 p.m. to 1 a.m., for example, to that shift 3 times a week for 4 weeks until we get the gates or something like that. Just an idea.
Okay. You want the motion? I see you thinking. I don't want to get in front of you.
No, I'll make a motion to give Chairman Perez the authority to dictate time and dates for patrol using the funds allocated up to 4 weeks or until the gate is installed, whatever comes first. That's it.
I second the motion.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Opposed. How many hours a week we're going to be using?
We don't want
The
to.
chairman just delegated authority, or I'm sorry, or just delegated authority to the chairman to make that determination.
Okay, because we only have money for 100 hours for the rest of the year.
For how many?
100 hours.
100, okay. So, yeah, you would need to stay within the parameter of the budget item.
Yeah, that was the motion. That will stay within the budget.
Yep.
Okay.
That line was decreased from 14 to 75 in 2021. It also is noted it was for as needed. I don't believe it was set for a recurring control.
Correct. Yeah, it's being used always like that, as needed.
No, but I'm saying it specifically says as needed. I don't think that there was essentially what we're doing now is putting it on a weekly.
Correct, because it's as needed as we don't have.
But historically, there's never been motions made to schedule sheriffs here. It's always been randomly. It's whenever the previous chairman wanted to call the sheriff or tell you, direct you to set a sheriff up front, that's when it would happen. There was never any consistency.
Right.
Never been brought to this board.
Right, and I'm saying, you guys asked me, when did it stop? It's that there was not a recurring thing that just stopped. It was always on a request.
Correct.
So I just want that to be clear. It's not that it failed, on our part or their part, it was always on an as-needed basis.
So we've clarified this item right now.
So we go in, we got a report from, this is the proposal from the field manager about Skylight Roofing. They came to check the roof.
Are you skipping over it or?
Which one?
The pool?
I'm sorry, I had it here, I was seeing it. Okay. Yeah, we got the technic pool, that's the 1436. They came out and, right here, you can see, they see the spot heater, they need to replace the rocker switch, they have to install a leaf cover, and that's the proposal that we have for those items, for the pool. They check the pool, the spot, they say everything looks working properly, but they need gas to test the heater. So that's another one that we need to approve maybe a little bit to get into the system so they can test it completely and make sure that the heater is working well on the spot.
Okay. Before we make a motion, I have a question for management. Do we know what happened to this spa? Like, why did it stop working or when it stopped working or?
That I don't know. I'll see if I get on with Freddie.
We asked Freddie at the last meeting. He didn't know. He says it hasn't been working since you guys been here. Is that true?
Yeah, as far as I know, it has not.
Now, do we know how much gas has been budgeted for that thing, or if any budget for gas is available? Because it does run on gas.
We just have the 2 lines for the pool. One is the contracts and one is for the R&M. We don't have a separate line for.
So we don't know how much gas it requires to operate that hot tub.
Not to my knowledge. I'm going to see
do we know if there's a control on that determines how much heat it provides to the water at any given time? Is there a thermostat? Is there a cutoff switch? Is there anything? Because my understanding is that this has been filled with gas in the past. I've never seen it work since I've been here, but my understanding from other residents that it has worked, but supposedly this gas dissipates so fast that at some point the CDD board decided that we're not going to fill it up because it's too expensive. So what I want to know is that we need to find that out, because we're going to put money into this, and then if it's going to cost us $2,000 in gas to run that thing, and we don't have that budget, then that's a concern. You know, but the residents are coming here and they're complaining that, what's a hot tub that's not hot? So, you know, I think, you know, it sounds like a good gesture to want to repair this. I mean, my suggestion is that we consider adding some gas so that they can do the proper troubleshooting. But I wouldn't go ahead and fill that tank up until we know what's wrong with the spot and how much it's going to cost to operate, and we have.
Well, that tank may need inspection too. If it's been forever since it's filled, who knows the condition of that tank?
That would be the gas company to tell us.
I know you guys are taking questions on this, but just specifically on that, okay, for the inspections, it needs to be pressure tested first. So the pressure test is with nitrogen. It's a rather simple test, but it's a drop test that they let us sit for a period of time, so that way they would know if they have leaks and how much it's leaking. So that's going to give them the first part on that. The second part is on the burners. What is the consumption rate on the burners in order to heat that water? It might be more cost effective if the water's going into there in order to replace that system with an electric system.
Right.
So for long term, so that's two specific things to look at. You don't want to fill up with gas and see how much it's going to burn. You want to get somebody out here in order to do an assessment on it, a proper assessment with a pressure test first. And then also simultaneously, so you're going to work those in parallel, see what it's going to cost to replace it with an electric system.
That's right.
And what that's going to cost for utilities for the electric. So that when you have that comparison between the gas and the electric.
Thank you.
Thank you for your, I take it that's your expertise?
Yeah. And no, I'm not buying that quote.
Let me ask you a question though, since you know more about this than any of us here. How do these spas normally operate when they're gas? Like, do they heat up like kind of like your water heater at home, that as soon as the temperature falls below a certain thing, it kicks back in and heats it up whether somebody's using it or not?
Yes.
Okay, so there's no way to put it.
So it's supposed to have a thermostat. The thermostat works off of it, plus you're going to have the exhaust coming out of it, so it works off the exhaust.
But
you've seen like a kerosene heater,
mm-hmm.
It's similar to a kerosene heater. You got a thermostat, you can make it higher, you can make it lower. The problem with one of these though is the fact of if the thermostat fails, you're going to burn somebody.
Got it. A lot to think about on that one. Thank you, appreciate it. So where are we with this?
So Gabriel, who found that proposal?
He's our pool provider.
Came from Freddie?
Yeah, that's a pool provider. Yeah, I talked to him and, you know, he mentioned it until he can figure out the gas, we cannot test it, but like he said, I think we need a person to test all that equipment before.
There's no question about it. That tank has to be tested if that's the case.
But I see here the
I think based on what we just heard from the resident with experience is that we probably should get a gas company to come out and verify this tank and see if we can put gas in it.
Yeah.
And then do another assessment on the spa to see all those factors like you mentioned.
Correct.
So,
The tank and the piping.
correct. So
on this proposal, we have some things about installing the pool leaf cover. We have a combination of padlocks so they can lock things.
Is it just a padlock they want to put on there?
Yeah.
For that much money?
For that much money?
I don't know. That's why I'm just reading what they.
And I thought there was more like it says install hardware. Like, can we go out there right now and slap a lock on the thing?
Well, it probably doesn't have the latch that they
That's
need.
what I'm saying.
They have to put latches on it and the locks, that's what I'm guessing.
And then also they're gonna provide and install a service pump strainer for 1 horsepower. And then the rest is the spot heater that is 245.
So what is this pump with strainer? Is this a pump that's there now and it's not working, or?
We don't have the information since this one here, I don't know.
Didn't we approve last meeting something about a pump?
Yeah, we got the pump, the big pump, the motor.
Okay.
I called the vendor and he's still looking at the pump because the company now.
Right, so then this is,
Motor's back ordered.
Yeah,
okay, but so this is another pump.
yeah.
Okay, so this doesn't take too much time. I don't think we have enough information
So,
to make
yeah, so we
decisions
take
on
on
this.
this one.
Now, is the pool lift cover, is that like a safety issue? Is it something we need to have on there, or is it just aesthetics?
It protects your ADA chair, and the ADA chair is required.
Okay,
So,
but there's a cover on there now, it's just damaged, right?
they fall apart, they sit in the sun, they bake, and they brittle, and... Yeah, so, I mean, you don't need the cover, it protects the chair.
Okay, but right now it has a cover, it just only damaged by the sun.
Yeah, I mean, to be clear, you can have it with no cover, right? It protects it from the rain, protects the motor specifically.
Correct.
If that stops working, it's a couple $1,000s, because I've repaired plenty of those. And if you don't have it repaired in a timely fashion, then you open yourself up to ADA lawsuits. So that the cover is essentially your proactive, preemptive approach to that.
Okay.
So we can do a motion on, let's pre-approve
So-
this invoice based on when we get the information from the.
But I think maybe we should authorize somebody on the board to deal with this vendor and to deal with the gas vendor and kind of tie all these ends so that we can get the appropriate numbers that we need to make a decision on it. It's my suggestion.
Yeah, Freddie's saying, there's no existing contract with the gas company. It's been out of service for years and years and years. He's called gas companies for service before, and I saw there was a Spies from 5 years ago. They used to do it. So he said he will try to find a vendor tomorrow. But he says it hasn't worked since he's been here. He's been here for 10 years.
You are paying field management, services, so do you work in conjunction with them, is an idea? Because
You
you're
just,
paying
you have to
for
do it,
service.
give us a report.
Okay, I mean, I'll take the lead on that. I'll work with Freddie and try to see what we can get done with that. If
So
that's
I'll Freddie reach out to
Do I need a motion for that, or is that just something that's stated?
If you want something approved, then yes. Like if you're actually going to sign something with a dollar amount, then yes. If
I don't
it's
think
just-
any of this is urgent.
No. So as long as there's no dollar amount or anything, no repairs, then that's doesn't.
I just want to work with Freddie so we can get solid numbers of what, and a solid plan of what needs to be done, so we can approve it at the next meeting.
Okay.
Yeah, that you don't need that.
Okay, all right, let's move on.
So let's move to the next one. So then the technical pool, then we put as a table, right?
Yeah.
Table. We have.
Assuming you don't want to approve the lift
Correct.
cover.
No.
Alright.
So we got Skyline Roofing. They verified the roof. This is the information they sent. They sent, I think, a proposal to repair and to replace the roof.
That's the clubhouse roof we're talking about, right?
Correct.
Yeah, the one above you.
Do they have a written report in here?
It's at the end of all the pictures.
I don't even know what they say.
251. Page 251 starts on.
Okay, close.
So Gabriel, who found that proposal?
The roofing?
Yeah,
Freddie.
Freddie did?
Wasn't this quoted prior, they just updated the bid? Wasn't Skylight out here before looking at this?
A year and a half ago, I believe.
And this is just an updated bid for now, right? Because the pricing has changed?
I have not compared them one to one, but I believe it would be.
Okay. So, do we know how old this roof is?
It's the original, so 21 year, no, or
22.
yeah, whatever this was built.
22 years?
Something like that.
2003 was the original.
No, it wasn't built yet.
I think it was 2006, which was actually
2006, 2005, 2006.
20, give or take.
Okay. So, I guess I'm trying to figure out, like, what needs to be repaired.
It doesn't really say.
Because the repair quote says they need to remove 180 tiles and reinforce the ridge caps and remove,
Yeah, and part of that is also that you replace any rotten wood, because once they take those off and actually get under that, then there might be a whole bunch of rotten stuff.
Correct, I understand that.
Now, I mean, and I'm not a roofer. When I was out here with the insurance company, with the engineers, they had a couple concerns. It was the broken tiles, the tiles that were not secured, that you would just go up and pick one of these hands. There was also issues with the, essentially what would be, the grading, the runoff, where certain parts, it was, the tiles were not steep enough, so the water was flowing back, and, I can't speak to roofing, though, I'm not sure.
So, wasn't there hurricane damage on the roof too?
That fell out, that was from the rain. There was leaks inside, but a lot of it was existing.
Okay, and we don't have insurance for the roof, I guess?
Oh, I'm still waiting on the verdict from the insurance company.
They never responded?
Well, no, I've reached out to them a couple times, I'm still following up with them. Also, FEMA's waiting on the insurance turnout for that. But the engineers specifically said that it's so bad they can't even attribute it to the storm. They said it's likely from before that. And being that we did have an inspection a year and a half ago, within the last 2 years, it had a lot of damage. I think it is just a lot of wear and tear over 20 years.
Have we received any more bids for this at all from anybody else?
No, not to my knowledge.
I need a second
guys here.
I didn't see anything, that's extra stuff. I mean, guys, I think it's a substantial difference between repair and replacement. It's like 9 times the difference. I would like it repaired, because obviously I don't want the clubhouse to keep deteriorating, and and rain's coming. It's just around the corner, and it's going to rain every day. So I'd like to see it repaired. My concern is if we invest money in repairing, and then they claim like other areas start leaking after the repair, and then we have to make another repair, that's also a concern. So.
Well, yeah, I mean, you'd be, paying Band-Aid money for a Band-Aid
But they
fix.
check everything, right? They check the whole roof?
They did a full inspection of the roof. Now, I don't know, I don't have a schematic of what all the areas that they're going to replace. And again, that would be something that would probably be best to loop in someone just to, as oversight.
And we don't have any other bids, huh?
I would suggest.
It looked like, looking at the pictures, there's about 83.
Can we get Freddie to get maybe 2 more bids on repair and replacement prior to the next meeting?
Without promising, I don't see why not. I know we were able to get 1 more bid for a different district. That's kind of close to here, but a lot of it is just vendors not responding.
And it's not because price. It's not because price, because I'm expecting the pricing is probably going to be very similar.
No, comparison is fair.
But my concern is I'd like to get another professional's eyes on it to make sure that this is the repair we need. And that, rather than patching this with one company, because that's what they said, and then, like I said, having another patch 6 months later, and another patch. If they come and do a full assessment and they go, you're going to have patch after patch after patch, then I think the right thing to do is to budget for it next fiscal year to just have it replaced. Even though, and park it for now to prevent further leakage or something, or, something along those lines. I just don't want to throw money if it's not going to be beneficial. So is that all right with you guys?
Now, are you looking for just proposals for the next one, or do you want to set a not to exceed amount to approve a repair? Let's say, if Freddie can get 2 more in the next 2 or 3 weeks, and then have, say, you approve one of them on a not to exceed. Do you want to do that, or you just want to get
can do that too.
Well, it's up to you guys. I mean, to me, I'm just not sure if I want to repair or replace. I don't know what's more beneficial. And that's why I don't feel comfortable setting an amount, because I don't know what needs to be done. Because the new company may come in and say, well, you have 2 areas now that are leaking, it's $15,000. And if we approve $12,000, then, you know what I'm saying? It's still going to be back at the same thing. So I think we just need to get the assessments ASAP and figure out what they are, and then decide if you wanna make a special meeting or something to address it. I don't know, but I don't
think
feel.
we can table it for the next meeting, get more proposals. That's the best way to do.
I'll just say that I agree with that, and even to throw something else in, anytime we need to get a proposal I think we need to have a standard at least 3 across the board, so that way we won't be like this, just one sitting here looking at it, and now we have letting time going by, and now we got the rain season that's upon us, and we're here scratching to try to get somebody who we can say, okay, we'll compare these 3 here, and we can go move forward. So I think that's something we should implement, period.
Totally agree.
I asked Freddie about it, and he mentioned that, like what Gabriel said, that sometimes they don't want to do it. It's like, so I think if we can reach out, to companies, make them, as well, sometimes it works. What's the name?
CRC?
Yeah, CRC.
Can you tell Freddie to check with CRC Roofing? That's a pretty good company that's working on the townhomes right now, and they're statewide. I think they would give a pretty accurate assessment
So we got
as well, but get a third one as well.
So let's move on to the exercise system. We have the walking belt, the E-stop clip. They're gonna do bench. What is it? Okay, they're gonna prepare the hooks on shipping, trip, and labor.
So that backpack is broken?
Yeah.
Okay, so the first one seems like it's a safety issue, right, on the treadmill?
Correct.
The belt and the E-stop clip, right, those sound like safety issues, is that correct, management?
Yes.
And the other machine, it can't be repaired in any way? Because it seems like a brand new machine, they just have one part that they can't get?
We're seeing a lot lately. I don't know how old that one is in particular, but we are seeing a lot of vendors now saying that parts are no longer available. They say, we can Band-Aid it, but we recommend just replacing it.
Besides this company, is there any other exercise companies that you guys work with?
This is the one that is, I think, the easiest to work with, that we have the best relationship. And I know other companies, out of Tampa, I don't know any in Orlando, but I'm sure, I know they exist.
Yeah, I mean, I'm okay with proceeding to approve the safety issue.
Yeah.
And the false, I don't know how to say upholstery.
Yeah, but everything there, yeah.
Because those things are things that affect the users as well, but I don't know, that machine that no parts are available, I'd like to get a second opinion from another vendor to see if we have an option to repair it.
So let's do a motion to approve this.
I'll do a motion to approve the exercise equipment repairs on the quote 051531 for a total of $649.
I second the motion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed?
While we're on the discussion of the exercise room, can I take a sidestep?
Yeah.
And just ask, I'll admit, I'm not a user of the exercise facility of our community, clearly. However, we are spending a lot of money over here. And especially like if we start looking at that Apollo 5 gym that no longer has parts. If we start looking ahead, can we poll the community or start talking to our community and see what they use in that gym? See what they kind of maybe wish they had and see what they don't use, so that we're not putting or repairing equipment or replacing equipment that is never going to get used, where our owners would be happier, say, with a fifth treadmill or whatever it may be. Because I feel like that may guide us in our decisions as we start getting to end of life.
This would be the time, who you ask. I know you as an individual, you can talk to everyone, but you guys can't have a meetup and just like have a town.
Oh, no, so my thought is, and legal will have to get in this, what about just putting up a poster with a survey monkey in there that's anonymous that just says, tell us about your experience. What do you use today?
What I've seen used before is utilizing the HOA newsletter and
Okay.
saying, you know, CDD is inquiring about your opinion as to XYZ, please provide your comments to district manager. And then you can have the district manager bring them back and put them on the agenda, and you guys can look through them and get an idea of what residents are thinking, you know, if they can't attend one of these and all of them, so.
Okay, yeah, that's what I knew there was a way to do it, I just didn't know
Yes.
how the right way to do it is, so, can we get management to work with the HOA? We need a motion.
Yeah, you're gonna come up with,
I would be more than happy to come up with something to pass on.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that'll just help us direct our future in that space.
And also.
But I'll take that on.
And also, should we make a motion if we, the CDD, to direct the management company to relay information also to the HOA, so, because obviously, the CDD, you know, the residents, the only information they can get is from if they come to a meeting, or if they go to the website, or call the management. But if we are being proactive, and then the CDD then relay the information to the HOA can, if they agree to e-blast the community about, hey, this is what transpired, this is what's going on, like what happened with the patrol last week. So at least the community know what's going on.
Some of those e-blasts, I don't know what Artemis uses, but some of those have a poll option. Like I used to use MailChimp, right? The HOA could actually send the poll out, people can click it and just relay the results. You know, that's another, because that way it will be contained in the service.
Okay.
So do we have to do a motion if we want to utilize the district manager to contact the HOA?
You need to allow any board or supervisor at any time to notify the district manager, and then district manager will then take authority from each board member to notify.
So we need a motion. We'll just reach out to them. Reach out to
I
them.
think let's deal with that on a case basis.
Gotcha, okay,
You know,
okay.
persons that have more concerns of communicating with another board supervisor outside of the meeting and some issues and stuff. Listen, if it's okay, let's tackle that. It sounds like the board is okay with Corey coming up with some type of survey question for the HOA.
Then send it to him and then. Okay, so we got,
I saw that there's another roofing bid
Yeah,
for
I
the
was
town.
actually going to say, this should have been with the other one.
But this is just a replacement one, it's like.
They denied a repair quote because they think there's too much damage.
Okay, so let's just get the CRC to look at it, and I think that's it, we don't need a third one. Is that fair? Okay.
okay, then we have, the next one is the.
Sorry, did we vote on the exercise?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I missed the vote. What was the vote on that?
I made a motion to approve the repairs,
And then.
649, and then all in favor, and I think everybody, I didn't hear any objections.
Yeah, I didn't.
Yeah, thank you.
Then we move into AMD Pro Solution to install the AC unit, replace the old one, the 20 years old. I think this was discussed on the previous meeting.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, so is the AC unit working or not working? Because I'm confused. Last time I was in here, it was hot as hell in here. Now it's cool. And Freddie said he got a company to come out and fix it, and that it was the capacitor, and that they filled it up with Freon.
Yeah, it was a temp.
So then why it was hot when last time I was here?
It was like a temp fix for $300 or something.
Okay, so it's a temp fix. So they acknowledge it needs to be replaced then. Because that's what I wasn't sure of.
Because I saw that, I saw a bill for 170 after the other company came and did the diagnostic.
Because I think the first company said the unit was gone, and then Freddie said he repaired it. So,
He said it is currently working. I'm asking him if it needs to be replaced. Now this one, permit obtained from AMD Pro last time. Now you met with the vendor, right?
Yeah,
And they suggested be replaced?
yeah, well, they sent a report. I think you sent a report to
Yeah,
everybody,
yeah.
right? So on that report, it was showing that the unit was already out of freon, and the freon that it's using is the freon that is no longer, you're not supposed to be using that, and, what is it, the R38 or something like that?
R22.
R22, yeah, that. So,
So, I mean, it's currently working, so if you guys do want a new unit,
do we have budget for this?
no.
Good question.
You typically wouldn't budget, 20-year item.
So there's no repair and maintenance
There's difference between.
budget for the clubhouse?
Well, repair and maintenance is different than replacement, right? So you wouldn't budget in for a new unit. There's a R&M clubhouse line, but I'll tell you how much is in it. But sorry, I thought you asked if there's a specific line just for AC.
and also I know that unit takes a lot of energy, right? We're paying a lot of bills.
I'm glad you brought
As
that
of
up.
right now, you have just under $7,000 in your R&M clubhouse line.
So should we wait until the next, the next
The new
budget?
fiscal year is around the corner. Now, I'd like you to verify that it's really working, because I don't want to come in here and it's hot.
You're saying you are going into summer. He said there are 2 units, one new and one old. So this would be to replace the old one.
Correct.
But it's currently working.
I know last time that I met with Freddie,
So-
before he contacted that person, he told me that unit was gone.
This doesn't say how long this bid is good for, right? I mean, I would like to approve that, but I would rather wait
Yeah.
till either the unit breaks this year or the next fiscal year we'll make a budget for it. Because if we don't
So
have enough
if
money.
it's not leaking, then it can hold, but if it's leaking, then we have a problem, because then it's not gonna last. And that's what I wanna know, because the freon doesn't go like that.
Is that something we can do? I mean, there's 5 months left in the fiscal year. Can we approve this bid contingent that it stops working?
I don't understand, so.
Like, approve the bid to replace the AC unit if the AC unit stops working before the end of the fiscal
Like
year.
a preemptive approval.
Yeah, like a preemptive approval in case it stops working. We don't have to wait for another meeting to replace it. It'll already be approved to replace if it stops working. But if it works, then we'll wait till the next fiscal year to make a budget to replace it.
I have no objection to that motion.
So how would I word that, if you could help me?
An authorization for the field staff to replace.
Okay, in
Okay.
the event the current system stops working.
And up to that amount, is that what we're saying?
I would add some to that,
8,000?
just in case prices go up. I mean, it doesn't say how good it's for.
$8,000.
All right, so I'll make a motion to replace the old AC unit if it stops working, not to exceed $8,000.
I second.
Second by Mike.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed?
All opposed.
Motion carries.
Spending money that there is no.
Can-
So the two, they pull separate areas. So there is 2, if the old one goes down, then we might have part that's hot. The other one would inevitably work overtime to try to cool. So you wouldn't be completely without, but you might have one that's a bit warm and stuffy.
In the meantime, can we get the temperature brought up a couple of degrees, maybe to put a little less workload? I don't know about you guys.
What is it set at anyway? Who sets it?
I'm gonna switch.
Right now it's freezing in here. I don't think we need to have it this low.
I mean, I think there's the heat.
Yeah,
Not
I think
over
it's
there.
there.
It's programmable, right?
Yeah. It was at 67.
So can, do,
Yeah, I
I
think
wonder
the
why
rules
it's
like that, so
do we want to make a motion to set the temperature?
Anyway, so we got that.
Yeah, I'll try the keys after and see
Yeah, and I'm thinking, I mean, if it's programmable, then we probably during the day don't need to have it that low, because nothing happens here during the day, especially in this room. You understand? It's only really on the weekends that people use this facility.
Right.
Rather than meetings, so, I mean, I'm thinking 78 is a good pocket where it's not too cold, not too hot, but whatever the rest of the guys' opinion is.
See if we can reduce some stress on it.
So moving forward, so we're going to,
Alright, so we're
district manager.
done with the field reports?
Yeah,
Alright.
well, yeah, with the proposals.
Well, yeah, exactly, proposals. So, what I guess we had was previously, do you just want to do the district managers? Do you want to do some of the other things we talked about, or just want to go through the minutes?
Oh, yeah, let's do it,
Well, it's up to you. I'm just trying to get an order here.
Go back to the top, now we're done with that.
Yeah.
Because mine's a little, it's preemptive in that.
So let's go to the early termination agreement.
So we'll go to council.
Yeah,
Okay, I think it may be beneficial for the board to jump up to the consideration of proposals for district management services, because the early termination agreement involves a potential start date of June 1st, and so I think it would be beneficial for the board to decide which management company they're selecting. Because we haven't gotten confirmation from one that they can start the June 1st. It's a little preemptive to jump to that, I think, if the board's okay with that.
Gotcha, yeah.
Okay.
Makes sense.
Since we're moving the order of the agenda items, we need to open it up for public comment in case there's any objection or comment on moving the agenda items to discuss consideration of proposals for district management services at this time.
No proposal with me, but I would love to see them go to the top afterwards and go with preliminary fiscal year 2024 budget. Start at the top after this.
Yeah, Jack, we're taking it out of order because some of those things play into that. So we're trying to appropriately, go through it, so that way we don't end up kind of going in a circle later.
Okay, so, okay.
Yeah, I know it's a little confusing, but it is for a reason.
Scott?
somebody give a quick synopsis of where we're at with that? What do you want to do?
No.
So basically, our previous council put in a request for proposals for management, and he gave us 5 proposals. Out of the 5 proposals, we selected 3 to interview at a workshop last week. Out of those 3, one of them dropped out before the workshop, so there's really only 2 companies left. One of them is GMS, which is Governmental Management Services, and the other one is PFN. I don't know what PFN stands for.
PFN Group Consulting LLC, they both presented last Thursday at the workshop.
Friday.
Or Friday.
Yeah, Friday
Excuse me.
morning,
That's
we were
right.
here at a publicly advertised workshop. There's a couple residents here. So yeah, we had GMS and PFM.
Yeah,
So-
and I also let Artemis know that I would advise the board that they had also submitted a proposal, but it was past the deadline that Mr. Clark had set for the request for proposal. I just want to make sure that gets on record, because I did promise them that I'd bring it to your all's attention this time.
Gabriel,
Yes.
have you ever in your experience that Artemis has any CDD company?
I am not sure. I'm not too familiar with Artemis.
Okay. So how did they know about the proposal?
We just received an email from Andre saying that he was advised about the bid and tried to submit his proposal. Kristen, I think it was Kristen, said you're past the deadline,
That's
all
it.
of us.
That's right, we had already gone, I believe there was 5 proposals that had submitted before the deadline, and they all had experience with CDD management, so.
Unless anybody has any objection, I mean, I don't think we should consider the Artemis bid if it's late and.
No, that's why they weren't here in front of you.
Yeah,
Correct. They did miss the deadline, so we went with the other companies.
All right, so.
And the proposals are included in the agenda, right? The PFM and GMS is included, okay.
Yeah, so at this point, I mean, we had discussion on Friday about some of the companies after they had left. You're welcome to continue that discussion, bring everyone up to speed for those that weren't there. And then ultimately, if you have a preference of, at this time, want to pick one over the other, do that via motion.
Yeah, I was on the phone, so I got to listen to most of it, but there was a couple of glitches with the signal. But my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, just to recollect myself, my understanding is that PFM is more of an accounting company that uses a third-party management company to provide the management services. Is that right? I thought I heard that.
The field manager. They use a field manager.
Oh, the field management company is separate.
Yeah.
So PFM seems like.
But I went to their website and I thought I read that they're really an accounting company that has gotten into the CDD arena. So they're really not a CDD management company until recent, fairly recent. So I don't know. My opinion is that I've did extensive research on all the companies in the area that do CDDs, and GMS to me seems to be the strongest candidate as they have a ton of CDDs across the state. I think they know the state laws pretty well. I think they'll be able to insulate us the best out of our choices, and I think that's where I think we should go. But
Mario, you might not be able to hear it. They utilize Triad Management, property management as the.
Is that PFM you're talking about?
Yeah.
Okay. Triad.
Yeah, Triad Association Management.
And that's in Leesburg. They do HOAs.
Gotcha.
They were very HOA centric. Triad.
So any other discussion, guys, before we make a motion?
So you guys know, I requested some information because I know the CDD needs more meetings, just because all these, issues we have in the community, we need to tackle some issues. So I request GMS and the other company, but I received GMS pricing that if we get 9 meetings a year, it's 49 versus, I think it was 40, check in there, please.
45.
45. So
4,000 more.
So, but we get 9 meetings, and then we get, instead of 3 hours, we get 4 hours per meeting. Now, if we pass the 4 hour, then
The hourly rate.
The hourly rate. So we hope we keep it, less than 2. And then if we get 12 meetings a year, then it's 53,000. Just the management top, The bottom one is still the same.
Well, in my opinion, I don't think we need 12 meetings. I don't want to be here during December or during November.
Come on.
To be honest with you. So at the most, I think we should have 10 meetings. But if 9 is the closest option, I think 9 is good. I think we should probably consider going dark for 1 month out of the summer and then going dark for November and December. And that would allow us to get a lot more work done since we're meeting monthly the rest of the months. So that's my suggestion. I think the $4,000 is worth the investment because when we do all these long meetings with all this stuff that we have to do every 2 months, it's going to add to the hourly anyway. We're going to wind up paying the money somehow.
So that we have a motion.
Any other discussion on the board? No?
Herman, was that a discount compared to their normal rate if we were to have additional meetings?
Yeah, it's $250 an hour, right? I think it was.
Right, but I'm saying if we had additional meetings, I think it was $2,000.
Correct.
And then it was time on top of that, so
Correct. So it'd be
we're getting a
$6,000.
deal by.
Yeah, like additional meetings, $2,000 and then 250.
Because they were limiting us to 3 hours on that contract, and now it's 4 hours.
Okay, so we're making out by having the additional time.
Correct.
But if you have additional meetings, does that mean you guys get paid more?
Well, there's a limit on how much we get paid per year.
Okay.
But if it makes everybody feel better, I'll waive mine for the extra 3 meetings.
I'm just curious if you get the.
Yes.
Yeah, they could elect.
Yeah, it's a cap. I think.
What's the cap? 4,800 or?
It's 48 or 6. Yeah, no, 6,000 is our budget. 48 per
There's a
year.
statutory cap,
It's 200 per meeting, up to 2 meetings per month, 48 a year. So that's the legal amount. Now, they do not have to hit that, and they're entitled to that compensation for everything.
Mary,
So, yes.
I'll pick up on that. I I think all of you should be.
I knew you would.
You all volunteered, you all wanted to.
Well, this is
serve.
not volunteer.
You guys all volunteered, so you should all.
Low pay.
Yeah,
Should be,
Low pay, high
we should be
stress.
paying you anything. So,
HOA is volunteer, this one is not.
All right, anything else, guys?
So what is the final proposal? 9 meetings a year?
That's what we're suggesting.
For how much?
49,000 management fees. All the other parameters stay the same.
So we went up $4,000.
Correct. But now we get 4 hours per meeting instead of 3, and you get 3 extra meetings.
And that's 49,000 for which company?
GMS we're talking about.
Yeah. For the management side. Instead of 45, 49. Is that correct, Jason?
That is correct.
Perfect.
Yeah, they looked at it as we can give you a little more, give you a little more value in 9 meetings if it's guaranteed. So.
Okay. Any newbie discount that you can provide us?
That's not a decision I can make, but we can certainly have this conversation.
So, I know what I asked you in the last meeting about how long do you need guys to be running full speed? You mentioned 30 days is feasible, but 60 days will be the perfect scenario. Is that still standing?
That's, based on what I can tell, I mean, typically our turnover is 60 days. I think, based on myself in the field, I think, within 30 days or so, we'll have at least eyes on them. It looks like there's some triage work to do, so we're going to have to kind of come in and pick our battles and take the top priorities and work our way down. But I feel comfortable that within 60 days, we'll have a good handle on kind of all site everything. We'll be running full speed.
Okay. So second Tuesday of every other month work for you, for your calendar, for your schedule? Perfect.
My calendar's your calendar.
That's why I
Great, great. Okay, second Tuesday.
Why second Tuesday?
Yeah,
Why not second Thursday?
yeah.
Whatever calendar, you guys set the schedule, and I'll
All
be
right,
here.
yeah,
Yeah, you currently meet on second Tuesdays, so.
yeah.
We'll save that for another meeting.
Yeah, absolutely. Whatever works in my schedule works in yours good.
So, do we have any motion? Can you put it?
Well, Kristen, would this be ordering between the two, or you?
Yeah, I would say, let's have them select, move if they would like, move on selecting one of the 2 management companies. As the board knows it from work, its objective is that they're not renewing, they're not going for a renewal of the contract. So I think maybe we tackle that first and the number of minutes, or the number of meetings that are authorized with whichever management company we're going with first, and then we'll move to the next one.
So just make a motion to select a new management company contingent upon terminating Infomark's contract.
No.
No, that they've already put you on notice that they're not going to be renewing at the end of September.
Right.
So we're going to go to the second element next, which is when the new management company would begin services. The board's going to have to vote on that as well.
Okay.
So I think he's asking, are we putting a timeline, a contingent timeline on this company? No, right, just selecting.
Just
Just
selecting
So
which
there's no need
management
to put it
company you'd like to go with, right?
Gotcha. All right, so I make a motion that based on our choices that we select GMS as our district management company.
I second.
With the meeting, which one?
We don't need to work that out, she says to later, right?
No, because that's a change of price.
Yeah, it's up to you all, but you
All
can
right.
do it. And
So let me restate the motion. I make a motion that we select GMS as our district management company and go with the proposal for 9 meetings a year.
I will second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion carries.
unanimously. Okay, great.
So
Okay,
we're
and
moving now to legal counsel, right? The early termination.
yeah, that's fine. So, one element that the board needs to think about and discuss is the start date for GMS. So GMS has confirmed with me that they are able to begin services on June 1st. Okay, so just keep that in mind. That's relevant for the first issue that we can go over right now. Okay, so the board will recall at the last board meeting that I was directed to pursue early termination of the agreement with Infomark for district management services. The term of that initial agreement extends through the end of September, okay? There is a liquidated damage clause in the agreement that the CDD entered into with Infomark. So under that clause, if the CDD chose to terminate the agreement today without a negotiated deal with Infomark, they would pay $40,170.85, which is the remainder amount due through September, okay? So now I have been working with the board and I reviewed the agreement that the CDD entered into. There's a provision in the agreement that the CDD can send a notice of termination letter to Infomark alleging defaults under the agreement. And so that's what the CDD has done, and we've entered into negotiation discussions with Infomark to try to pursue early termination of the agreement, okay? And where it stands now, the negotiated offer, and you will see there has been a lot of back and forth with Infomark and Infomark's counsel, and they have truly negotiated in good faith and been very responsive to me in my requests to try to negotiate early termination with them. Okay, and so you'll see that I've emailed you an early termination agreement and release, and that details terms that I shared with each of you before this meeting, which is that the CDD would pay Infomark the contracted rate for May and June. And this offer contemplates that GMS would begin services on June 1st. So Infomark would provide district management services under the agreement through May 31st. June 1st is when GMS would start, and Infomark would be available to help GMS transition from today through June 9th. Okay? And you would, of course, begin paying GMS on June 1st as well. Okay? So there will be some overlap in June, but again, there's some savings because this would be, you're paying the contracted rate of $16,000 for services through June 9th, whereas without that, you'd be paying $40,000 to terminate the agreement early. Okay, and so one of the terms in the offer was that the CDD would retract their notice of termination letter. So that's included in the early termination agreement and release that's included in the agenda packet today. This was drafted by counsel for Infomark, and I can tell you that on the way here, we were negotiating final terms and trying to iron it out. So you will see my comments, which they have accepted on the black line that I emailed to you all, and that will be available online also as part of the meeting minutes for today, for public record. But you can see some of the revisions that I requested. Most substantially was the fact that there was a release in here which would bar the CDD from bringing any claims that are known today or discovered in the future against Infomark.
Yeah, that's the revision.
How do you see the black lines that she's talking about?
No, actually, yeah, the black line.
They didn't come through? Okay.
So, I mean,
I'll take your word for it, Chris.
Did one of the versions print out, or?
no, I ran the ink dry completely.
I also emailed them to each of you if you have.
Well, I believe this has the changes in it. It just doesn't actually show.
Doesn't highlight them.
Right, I'm looking at your email and I can't see the black line.
You can't see the black line, okay.
Anyway, but this is what it reads, right? I trust that the one we're gonna sign is the one you're talking about.
That's correct. So basically, so in the release, I have added a condition that we're only releasing claims against Infomark that are related to the early termination of the agreement as opposed to the entire agreement in whole. So that was important for me to make sure that that was limited in scope. I was not going to be able to recommend approving this early termination agreement until we could try to limit that agreement. Not that I think that there would ever be an issue in the future with Infomark. It's just that I would never advise to releasing any and all claims ever, that the CDD may discover in the future. Again, not that I think that will ever be an issue, but I was going to advise against entering into that type of release, but their attorney has authorized this change to relate to claims only related to early termination, which I do think is reasonable. Okay, some other important clauses in here is that the CDD in its official capacity will not be able to make any disparaging comments about Infomark after this agreement is entered into. So that means the CDD will not be making any statements that put Infomark in a negative light, or we won't be making negative statements about Infomark. That will also apply to each of you individually, okay? So that would restrict any social media posts, anything negative about Infomark. You'll be restricted from doing that after signing this agreement. Okay, and you'll see that I've also requested some changes regarding the dates in here to mirror what I just described, which is that you'll see in 1A, the agreement with Infomark will be terminated at midnight of June 8th, 2023. Infomark has agreed to attend the May 9th district meeting, and they will continue to provide the services as defined in the agreement until midnight of May 31st, 2023. Infomark shall provide reasonable assistance to the district after the May 9th, 2023 district meeting to transition services provided under the agreement to the new management company until midnight of June 8th, 2023. Before that, there was some language in there that after today's meeting that the district would be providing some of their own services. So I revised that to reflect the terms that I emailed all of you, okay? But there is some additional release considerations in here, the non-disparagement clause in here. Those are in addition to the terms that I emailed you all, okay? So that's important to keep in mind, but I do think that this is fair and reasonable if it is the choice of the district to pursue termination of the agreement with Infomark. Early termination of the agreement with Infomark.
Yeah. I have two questions.
Mm-hmm.
One is, it says that we will owe Infomark a total of $16,000, whatever the.
By June 1st, 2023.
So that's in addition to May's management assessment?
Great question. So that's $16,068. That represents your contracted rate for May and June. So you're not paying anything addition, you're just paying
So at this
May
point,
and June, and they're going to be finished with services on June 9th.
so at this point today, they have not been paid for May? Or have you been paid for
We've
May?
been paid for, yeah, we started negotiating this, in April. And
Yeah,
so
because that was
we're
my
trying to
impression
make-
with the contract, the way I read it, but I'm
Great
a lay person. It just seems like, they're getting paid for May, and on June 1st, we're gonna give them another $16,000, and I'm like, that's a lot of money. But if what we're saying is that including what they get paid for May, that we're giving them $60,000 for both months, then that's fair, because I think,
That's the contract, right?
Yeah.
we're really losing about 3 months worth of management in this transaction.
That's right.
I mean, 3 weeks, I'm sorry.
So the $16,000 is your May service fee and June service fee.
All right, and then the other question I had is, this release that we're being asked to do of non-disparagement, is that like common in this field? Is that like what is usually done?
Yes, I've seen this before, and I've also seen these have a condition that they're retroactive, which has not been requested here. Okay, so this will be moving forward, no disparaging comments about Infomark can be made by the CDD or any board member.
Okay.
We bill end of month, so the last bill was for
The last bill was for April? Okay.
So then we will hold them that.
May to
amount.
June, yeah.
That's correct.
Yeah, so that's a good point that you probably wanting to get paid for May at the end of May instead of, well, I guess it's only June 1st, so, okay, that's fine.
So,
If we're gonna make a bulk payment, then we should just do it June 1st, and they get both months right there.
Right, so,
If they wanna get paid now, then they get May's payment, and then we can do in June, I mean, I just think it's fair, right? I mean.
But they get it at the end of the month, so they should get it all.
This
Oh,
is
they
what-
always get paid at the end of the month?
Yeah, that's what I said.
That's what you said? Oh, I'm sorry. I
And
missed that
this
part.
is what their council has
Okay,
approved.
that's fine.
Yeah, this is their offer.
That's fine. So, I'm good with it, if everybody else is good with it, I have no more questions.
Yeah, if you wanted additional time, because I know that I'm springing these revisions on you right now, but they are in your favor, these revisions are in your favor, and it's been negotiated with their council. I was gonna come here and say, I couldn't recommend that you enter into as broad of a release as the release that was included in your agenda, but we've not come to an agreement on a narrower release related to claims pertaining to early termination of the agreement. Okay, so I'm comfortable recommending this now.
I just think time is not on our side, guys, so.
So do we have a motion?
I can make a motion. I make a motion that we accept the early termination agreement as presented by our council today. Do I have to make any additional?
I second the motion.
Congratulations, first motion.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Say no. Motion carries.
We do have those 3 resolutions, if you wanna, we need to
Yeah.
approve.
Absolutely. Okay.
Just because of the speed.
All right.
Sure, yeah. Discuss that in any detail. I printed out copies for
Sure.
them.
Perfect, yeah, so.
I can introduce them to you, whatever.
Just because of the speed with which we're going to be kind of taking over, we've presented you 3 draft resolutions. So the first of those 3 resolutions is just a resolution that's appointing us as your district manager, and then all the terms of the agreement included as an attachment to that resolution will be our district management agreement, the one that we finalized. We also have a resolution replacing electing officers. That's going to be important because there's not another meeting before your next meeting, so we need to be able to sign documents starting June 1st. And then the third resolution pertains to your bank account, and so that's designating bank signatories. Again, these are the same types of resolutions we sign for all of our districts when we go through the electing officers process. But again, just because of the speed with which we're transitioning, we kind of need these done so that we can transition the bank accounts and get things over starting June 1st. So I think there's 3 different ones. I don't know the numbers. We drafted them up for council in advance, so.
Yeah, and because I wasn't sure which company the board was going to go with, I have not filled out the resolution numbers yet, but I believe that the first one would be.
We have 2 as the public hearing, the set of the public hearing. It's
Okay.
2023-02.
Okay.
So I'm currently in here, so I believe we start at 3, 4, 5. Yeah. In order of preference.
Yeah, I mean, I think the district manager one would be first, whatever the next one would be. And then the other 2 kind of just fall in line. And again, once we do electing officers, we'll update all of these to reflect it. And typically, we would have brought these to your next meeting, but again, with the speed by which we're transitioning, we just needed to kind of get these things in place quickly.
Understood.
And I have reviewed these and I have no objection, they're very customary forms, and so I have no objection. If you've decided to go with the GMS, so this would help the transition, I think a lot, without having to call a special meeting.
So how we,
Okay, so we'll be looking for a motion to approve resolution 2023-03. And
That's the-
actually,
Let's number them first,
Yeah.
before we get
which
confused.
one, yeah.
So, the 2-pager,
The 2-page is not
Is-
the first one. We're
okay.
looking at the first one that says a resolution directing the organizational management services to establish, that's the bank account.
Yeah, once the district manager one, it doesn't really matter the other order.
Oh, wait, no, I'm sorry, the 2-page is the first one, right? The 2-page is the first one.
Correct.
Sorry.
right, so the 2-page is resolution
03.
3.
Dash 03.
And the 2 one-pagers, it kind of doesn't matter which order those go.
So we'll say.
Well, let's be on the same page.
The bank.
Yeah, that's what I said, let's
Yeah,
number before
so
motion.
the 2-page is 2023-03.
The bank.
Yeah, we'll say the bank one is 04. And at the top it says local bank account in big words at Truist. It's the one without the underlines on the sections on the left.
Gotcha. I got it.
That'll be 4.
And then the last one will be 05.
Okay.
Got it.
Let's do a motion.
And actually, we don't want to, before after we go to this one, open up for public comment because these weren't included in the agenda.
I think it's
No underlines, this one is 4. And 5 is the underlines.
So, being that these are walk-ons and we still do have public, if we open this up for public comments on these new resolutions provided by GMS, anyone have anything to say? Jack?
Did you actually do a walkabout to look and see if, what else your company felt needed to be done to meet any of the guidelines?
Both myself and my field manager have walked the site, so we have at least a handle on kind of the initial stuff. Obviously, once we get our hands dirty, it'll be a different story. But we feel comfortable with whatever budget the board approves, we'll work with it and do the best we can for this community.
Jason, based on your experience, you guys ever done any research study for the CDD property that you guys are taking in?
We typically use, there's several firms that do reserve studies, they're a little more specialized in that. But we can also kind of use ourselves and our expertise to just look at it and maybe put some things on paper. There's several different models we can use. But typically there's certain vendors that kind of do that a little more streamlined and efficiently than we can internally, and they've got expertise in those reserve studies. And if it's the board's desire, we could certainly bring proposals back and give you some options on that.
Do you have a ballpark number?
Let's see. I mean, for this community, you'd probably be looking at 3 to 5. Again, they're outside firms. We haven't priced one in a little bit, but they'll provide you a 20-year reserve study. And they go through, look at all of your infrastructure, tell you what the lifespan is, where you're at in that process, and then they kind of lay all that out in the schedule. And it's also something that obviously internally our staff looks at kind of on a 5-year basis. So we kind of look at everything and say, okay, for the next 5 years, we need to look at these amounts, and we'll update you as we go through the budget process.
Very good. So anyone else? No. Okay, so do we have a motion?
I can lump them together, or?
Can we do the three?
And just for the record, we're going to close public comments and get back to the motions. So I believe Jason stated just, I don't know, do you want to handle these separately?
We're fine all together. I mean, they're formalities, yeah. We don't need them separately.
So it would be a motion to accept resolution 2023-03, 2023-04, and 2023-05.
I second. I'm thinking you're making it, because you're reading them. I make a motion to accept resolution 2023-03, 2023-04, and 2023-05.
I second the motion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, say no. Motion carries.
Okay, great. So that tackles the district management items that I was going to discuss with the board. That's been something that I've been working on since the last board meeting. The other item that I was, that I have prepared for you is resolution 2023. Let's see, which this will now be changed to 06.
Are you talking about 2? Or is this a new one?
This is the camera surveillance resolution that I emailed to the board.
Yes.
And it is usually customary in my practice that I will have my agenda items on the agenda. It's just that we were working on a lot of different issues for the CDD since the last board meeting. And so they're a little tardy, but that's why we're still going to have the public comment period for this resolution as well. And if there's ever a time where the board's not comfortable approving something, you're certainly okay to table it so that it can be put on the agenda as well, okay? So this resolution relates to the video, audio, camera surveillance recordings of the CDD. I've done a little bit of digging and can confirm that pursuant to Florida law, specifically Chapter 119.07138, and I'm just stating these for the records in case folks listening want to look them up, and also Section 281.301.1 Florida statutes. Information.
Can you say that statute one more time? Sorry.
Yeah, 3813011, and I did pass out a hard copy to all the board members today. States that information related to security systems, including records, information, photographs, audio and visual presentations are confidential and exempt from the public records law in Florida. And so you'll remember that any documents, materials, videotaping, etc. is always subject to Public Records Act because the CDD is a governmental unit. But Florida legislature has made an exception for these security system type of categories, okay? And so this resolution is going to acknowledge that, and if the district gets a public record request for video surveillance, that will be denied as confidential and exempt. This resolution also approves a policy, which is attached to the resolution as Exhibit A, which will stay in full force and effect until the board decides to amend it. But what it does is it states that access to the security camera and audio video surveillance is limited to only those authorized by the district manager. And, you know, it's customary, I think, with CDDs, at least in my experience, that the district management company will be the only entity that has access to that video surveillance footage. The policy further states that that footage will only be authorized to be released pursuant to Florida law, which allows the video footage to be released in identifying district's normal operations, which means that if the district was accessing that video footage to investigate a violation of its own rule or policy, this would permit that. It would also permit law enforcement agencies to access that material in investigation and pursuit of criminal activity, or to assist local, state, federal agencies in furtherance of their duties and responsibilities, or pursuant to a court order or other court-required document, basically requiring access to the video footage. Okay, so again, this resolution is going to be an official document that would state that only the district management company has access to the video and audio surveillance that the CDD owns.
Jason, quick question. If you guys receive a phone call from police or something to access video, how fast, or you know, you're speaking with other CDDs, how fast you react to that officer calling you that they need?
So typically we'll have a field manager, they're a little more mobile, they're a little more close to the area, we'll have one of them come over and they can meet them here on site. We've also been able to work with some systems where we can actually give them remote access, and we would give the officer the portal link and the code, and they can go in and do it themselves. We are very proactive in work with law enforcement.
Okay, so
we'll make that happen as quick as we humanly can.
Okay, so if something happened now and they call you, you send someone. Okay,
we'll make it happen as quick as we can. Absolutely.
But you guys don't have 24-hour support for something like that, right? Someone gets shot.
Not 24-hour support.
Okay, it has to be during business hours.
Not necessarily. Not 24 hours. I can't guarantee 24 hours, but.
So with this resolution, do we have any backup plan with management? Let's say, for example, like Cordova was saying, that if they are not in 24 hours, something happens during that time.
So the district manager under this resolution and policy would have the authority to appoint like an authorized appointee or person to handle, you know, the records as well, but they would be subject to this policy.
I'll say in our experience, when they want those videos, they're normally not available right now anyway. So they'll call us and say, hey, I'm Officer so-and-so, you know, I might be available in the next 2 days. Can I come and look at video from this date, from this time? And so we always make arrangements. Okay. They're not looking for that video during emergency situations typically.
Yeah, I'm just saying because we got an incident here where a person got beat up at the pool and the cops were here. So they requested the video at the moment and they couldn't get it for some reason. So that's what I was asking. You know, if it's something like that, you know, to prevent the CDD to be liable, because later on that person was trying to sue the CDD because the CDD was not acting.
Okay. You know, and one option the board has is to adopt this if there's an emergency situation at 9 o'clock or something, and one of the board members are nearby, you all have my cell phone number, you could let me know, and then try to get in touch with GMS, or you'll be getting other phone numbers for GMS also. So you could go that route, or, you know, the board also has the option to delegate authority to another person right now, to have access to surveillance, if that was the board's choice. Otherwise, you could stick with this resolution as drafted and see how it goes, and if there's an issue that requires an amendment or additional action, we could bring it back to board.
Yeah, there's two issues I have, and I like the resolution. I think for the most part, I think it's responsible and it suits the purpose that it intends to do. But there's two things I have a problem with. One, GMS is new to us. We have no experience with them. And I think putting this in their hands only it's not a prudent thing in my opinion to do. I think that I would personally like to have this resolution reflect the fact that they are the primary people accessing it, but if they're not available, or if there's an issue where they are not doing it right, or where the board decides that, then, or at least saying that whenever they're not able to do what they're supposed to do, or they're not doing it right, that then the authority gets delegated to the chairman as the next person from the management. And ultimately, if neither one of them are available, the vice chairman could be the third person. But that would only occur if, you understand what I'm saying? So in other words, we're letting management go ahead and take care of everything. But in the event that that doesn't work out, then the chairman will be the next person. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm. So would it be, so the district manager would have access to the surveillance footage.
So I'll give you an example, just to be clear, because I know it's confusing. Let's say, for example, our district manager is on vacation, let's say, and we can't get a hold of the person covering him for whatever reasons, right? And the police officer wants to come tomorrow to look at video, and we don't know if we're gonna get anybody, then the chairman, after he makes a conscientious attempt to reach out to management and doesn't get a, then he can act and go ahead and share that with the police officer. And in the event, which I think hardly would ever probably happen, that neither one of them will, then the vice chairman will be able to step in. But that would only be under those circumstances. But the chain of command is always management gets everything first, and they have to do it, and they have to delegate to the other ones if they want that, or if they're not available. Does that make sense?
Yes, what I would say is it's completely up to the board and the board's comfort level with who you delegate authority to have access to the camera system. I would, I think that this is a good starting point. If the board, it's up to the board. So we probably want to open it up, board discussion and see if there's any objection or preferences to this pose or that idea also. Like I said, as this stands, this would give district manager, authority to appoint someone too, so.
Yeah, I guess my concern is that if, I don't know how long, and with all due respect, Jason, I don't know you, I just met you today. We don't know, what manager we will have in the future, whatever, he doesn't know the history in this community, and I'll be honest with you, my personal opinion is that some individuals on this board should not have access to cameras under no circumstances for the reasons that, of recent events that have occurred. And that being said, I think that it needs to be specific who will be the people that he can delegate to, and I think to make it fair, I suggest it be the chairman and vice chairman, but I'm open to discussions from anybody else if they have other suggestions.
And Jason, if you're comfortable speaking, if you have a preference on.
I'd be comfortable with that arrangement, certainly. If I'm not available, we've got field managers that would be available. We're never going to leave you without somebody covering the property. But I'm certainly comfortable with delegating to the chair and then the vice chair if that's.
Okay. If the board is kind of moving an activity log to see when someone logs in or something like that, for full transparency.
Yes. I really highly recommend that. That's something that has never existed yet. But I think that if we have individual access and you can and the system can timestamp who accessed it, when, what time, that would be ideal, because, yeah, then we would see if anybody, even me, is overstepping our boundaries, you understand?
Or like she said, you know, if the system
Or written,
doesn't have
or
that,
written
right?
line, yeah, or written line, yeah.
Maybe, I don't know exactly the software yet, but we'll work with it.
Okay, I mean, we can always table this to try to, you know, or David, you know how the software works.
I think, yeah, like, one, I'm just reading this, and we have another resolution of 2023-03.
Yeah, he said he's gonna change it.
Oh,
He said, she said.
Yeah, that's the
This
same
one?
one,
Okay.
yeah. It's,
We love it.
yeah, so does it look like the same?
Well, no, it's one that we did 23.
No, the one we approved is already
Okay.
what it is, but the new one, the one is
This
gonna
one?
be 6. Yeah, she said that, okay.
Yeah, the canvas bands, yeah, no,
I
it's
was
confusing.
trying to figure out where was this paper. I
Yeah,
couldn't find it.
no, understood.
Okay.
Sir, did you have a comment?
In my opinion, I think the way it's designed and set up now, we should let it take its course that way. And if down the road we have issues, then we revisit and then we make the changes if we need to. But if they are a management company, I think they should be allowed to do things as they do it now. But if it's not for us later on, then we can revisit and say, you know what? You're all doing okay, but we'd rather do it this way rather than come out the chute without even giving them a chance to be able to prove who they are and what they can do. That's my opinion.
That's good. Thank you.
Well, the previous chairman was here for 9 years and he never had access to the camera. The previous vice chairman is here for 6 years and never had access to the camera. The current chairman, 10 days in office, he took over that machine. So what is the reason to have a person watching everything and everybody that goes here 24/7 with access from his house?
Is the access currently, can you shed any light on how the system works? Is it an unlocked area, or is it moved to a locked area or something?
It's not even something I'm privy to.
Yeah, just for the record though, I'd like to know why the supervisor is stating those statements that he just made. Is this factual? How does he know that this is factual?
Are you asking me or him?
Yeah, because I didn't know this that he's saying right now. I'm asking openly. He's welcome to answer, or if you know, you can answer. Whoever answers, but I just don't know. He just made a pretty bad accusation. I don't know how he's found
It
that.
is factual that the chairman came in and went to the vendor and requested access to the vendor. And that's something that I don't even have access to. I don't know the system.
Okay.
It's always been on Freddie, and I've never touched it. So I don't know, I can't speak to any specifics, I have no idea.
Yeah, and that was talked
So,
to.
is that true
legal-
though, that you went to the vendor by yourself and just did this?
No, when I contact legal counsel,
No.
legal counsel Clark.
Yeah,
And we
so my
go-
question is, did you ever go to management? Did you ever talk to Freddie? Did you ever talk to?
Yeah, no, Freddie,
David?
yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
prior to going to the vendor, right?
Yeah.
And you didn't get a resolution to what you were asking, right?
Correct.
Okay, so he didn't go directly to the vendor. What you just said is completely wrong also. He went through you and through Freddie, and you guys were not cooperating, and that's why he went through the vendor. Hence, why I want this changed is because we don't have experience with the new management, and though I know based on what I've read and what I've done my research and why I voted for this company, I know their integrity is there. And I am in no way trying to strip them from the authority to carry out this thing. I just want an additional measure of a vice chairman and a chairman that can step in the event that they cannot perform it. You understand? So I'm not trying to strip them of what they're supposed to do based on this. I just want to add that specifically the management company can delegate to chairman or vice chairman as needed rather than just whoever they want. You understand? Which is what I think it says right now. It says, you know, hey, if someone's walking their dog and they think they're trustworthy, they can just say, hey, monitor these cameras while I'm gone. I know it's an exaggerated analogy, but what I'm saying is this is too open for me. I want it to be specific, and you know, I don't care. We might not be chairman and vice chairman after the next term. So you know what I'm saying? Whoever it is, I just think that it's more. You know, the vice chairman and chairman, I think, carry more responsibility because it's usually not only an elected official by the community, but also the board has voted these people into office, which means they're relatively trustworthy for the community. So you know, and you know, like I said, in recent days, there has been footage from those cameras, and Mr. Comas can maybe enlighten us and let us know how he got the footage. Did management provide him that footage that he's been posting on social media to make derogatory comments about multiple residents of this community? And that's exactly, I didn't want to go there, but now since we're on the topic, this is what I'm trying to avoid. He doesn't know that. He's new to our community. If Mr. Comas goes up to him and starts talking to him and he feels it's reasonable to give him access, he's going to give him access because he doesn't know the history. That's my point. You understand? So I wanted to be specific as to who he can delegate to, rather than just anybody.
It's a liability for the district.
Correct.
Those images right now online can cause a lot of liability for the district. Right now, anyone can sue. Anyone that saw the post can sue us.
Can we table this until later? Because now we're all over the place.
I didn't see the post, can someone show it to me?
Completely up
So
to
anyway.
the board, you can decide to table, and someone can make a
Yeah.
motion if it could fail for.
I make the motion that we table this till later because right now we're all over the place with it, and I think it'll be better for everybody if we just table this until the next meeting.
Do we have a second?
So yeah, I make the motion that we
Yeah, we have a
table.
motion. I just don't, it doesn't sound like we have a second.
So we're talking this, huh?
Yeah, the camera. He's saying put it on the next agenda.
He wants to table it. He's waiting for a second.
Is there any second? 1, 2, 3. No? And the motion fails to no second.
So I want to make a motion that we accept resolution 2023-06 amended to reflect that management can delegate only to chairman and vice chairman as they deem necessary.
I second the motion.
All
in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, say no.
Opposed? Opposed.
Motion fails.
Okay, so motion fails
Yep.
for lack of majority vote, okay?
So what happens now with regards to the management of cameras? There's no resolution.
Kristen, is there any thought on your end of you having that ability takes it off the board? If Jason can't get his people here, you become the next person, and now the board's completely out of it, and this takes away the coup of whatever's being implied today?
So it would be that I would be the.
You're the next in
district
line.
manager's appointee, okay. I'm comfortable with that. I have worked a lot with GMS, and I know that there's a lot of people at GMS that would be on this if an emergency occurred. But if something happens in the community and one of the board members are contacted by law enforcement, etc., I'm happy to work with GMS and be the appointee to provide access for the limited purposes specified in this policy only.
And also, what we can do is the appointees that they're gonna select, then.
Yeah,
it
Jason's
cannot-
gonna
it
have-
cannot
Jason's
be,
gonna
it
have-
cannot be none of us. But then we go back to the point that if needed and nobody show up, you know, like incident that happened before in this community. I hope it doesn't happen again. You know, we got a shooting, we got that person there, so, but yeah, it can be.
If that happens again, we change it, right? I make a motion to adopt resolution 2023-06 with the amendment that if GMS is not able to respond, that the next in line would be legal counsel to respond to any requests as outlined in Exhibit A.
I second.
And yeah.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, say no.
Okay, so is the consensus that passed?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, just for the record, yeah.
Sorry, yes, that
Okay,
passed.
so that's okay, all right. Okay, my very last item for you all is the proposal from, this is actually an invoice from Enviro. As I at the beginning of the meeting, there were two currently effective agreements with Envera, one involving the gate, one involving the pool. I was directed to terminate both. I have not proceeded to terminate the Envera agreement for the pool because there's a liquidated damage provision that we do not have a defense against. So if we terminated today, we would owe the entire remainder of the contract amount due. That contract ends on September 14th, which would require the CDD to pay $1,968.23. So I have not authorized that expenditure, but I wanted to bring it back to the board to confirm that I have not proceeded with terminating the agreement, but I have let them know that we do not wish to renew it. Okay, because again, if we did terminate, we'd spend approximately $2,000, but we would receive no services from Envera. So, okay, just advising you all, but certainly if you'd like to terminate that, we can. But you'll face the liquidated damage.
Yeah, if we pay for it, then we continue, you know.
I agree.
Okay.
I think we should just keep it.
Do we have a motion or no?
No.
Continue.
Okay, great, and that's all I have for you all today, unless you have any questions for me. Okay, thank you so much.
Okay.
Thank you. But we're still on legal, I want to bring something else up.
Sure.
I read somewhere, I don't remember if it was Sunshine Law or something like that, where ex-supervisors are kind of held up to the standard of Sunshine Law for 2 years after their tenure. Is that correct?
So you're saying that they're no longer government official, and they're still subject to
They
the
lost the
sunshine law?
election less than 2 years ago, and they're still subject to sunshine laws.
I don't believe so, but I will certainly follow
you can
up.
please look
Yeah,
into it?
I will look into that. I don't believe they're subject to it, but they're no longer on.
Because, you know, something was posted on social media by a former supervisor just about a week or two ago,
Okay.
after Envera removed their equipment, kind of stating some highly sensitive security issues. And made accusations against this board with regards to that. And based on what I read, I believe he violated sunshine law.
Okay, I'm happy to look into that and report back to the board.
And also, yeah, bringing to the point that some of the information that was disclosed, I didn't know about it. So how do you know things that the board doesn't know? You know, like, see camera access, they're gone, you know, stuff like that, that we were like, you know, it's kind of scary that somebody knows something that myself doesn't know.
Okay, understood. Well, I'll look into that.
And there's also an individual on the board who has a relationship with this individual who also poses the question whether or not they disclose that information to that individual. So I think it's kind of a chain reaction. I just wanted to let you know about that concept. We can move on.
Okay. So I have an invoice from Venice Pressure Washing. They're cleaning an oil spill on around Siesta View and Casabella Drive. They absorb the oil first. They put some chemicals to absorb the oil. Then they're gonna clean that out, and then they're gonna dispose it how they're supposed to. And it's $400. I received a proposal from Inframark, but it was rescinded. But the proposal was to do a degreaser and pressure washer, and you're not supposed to do that. And engineering just told us that they're supposed to pick it up because you're not supposed to go inside the drain. That can cause a lot of violations, and it can damage our drains. But that's already been done.
Okay, so we would be looking for ratification of the proposal that Chairman Perez just described. I can confirm that he was authorized to do that under Resolution 2019-7, which allows him to act if the budgeted funds are there, if he determines it necessary and appropriate, and not failure to act would result in damage to district property. Okay? So if you have any questions, we can take them now. Otherwise, we're just looking for a motion to ratify the proposal from, what was the company?
Benny's Pressure Wash.
Okay.
You should have a copy, I think it's on your laptop.
Okay.
I'll make a motion to ratify the expenditure of $400 for the oil spill on Siesta View and Casabella for $400.
I second the motion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries.
So how much was the proposal for each one?
It was just over $400.
$420.
420?
Yeah, their proposal was to pressure watch.
Okay, where are we now?
We're going to.
Going back to the top now, right?
Well, yeah, we're going to the top.
So let's do the budget.
I think so.
No, we have this that is quick, the service agreement for the lights.
Let's do the budget.
Let's stick with the topic and.
Jack requested that, then we go straight down the line and finish up.
So, yeah, I think that's fair.
Yeah.
So on Friday, I kind of mentioned that there's a couple ways that we could do this. One is that now that you have a determined management company, there's a couple options as far as how involved you want him to be versus me, kind of thing. So now, I mean, this kind of messes with the timelines as far as the meeting schedules and the submissions for the budgets and everything. But the options would be either what you can do is we can go through the budget and accept it. I have a couple of lines that I'm going to bring to your attention as far as what should go up and what, etc. And you approve that, and then he ends up having to kind of deal with that and work with that budget. There's the option of calling a special meeting that he would run before the June 15th budget line. And that would be, me providing him my suggestions, and talking to him about it and seeing what he's comfortable providing you. And then GMS figuring out the deadlines for that as far as the public hearing and whatnot. Or there's the other option, which is to set a high watermark for the budget, being that we can set a maximum limit of an increase, and then we can bring that down at the next meeting. And that's what I was saying last time. You can just set at 20%, right? And then at your next meeting, we submit that to the county. At your next meeting, Jason can work with you, bring that back down to a manageable number, but something that won't scare you. So, and the reason why I'm prefacing with this is seeing how much time you guys want to spend on this. Because if we're just going to have a special meeting and he's going to run it, and how much time do you want to spend versus you actually go through the budget now? I'm happy to do whatever you guys want. You just tell me.
In my opinion, I would like a special meeting, just to have the management company that is going to be dealing with the money, know how the budget's going to work.
Hey, is that doable? Sure, I mean, absolutely.
So-
now, I would say in general, if this board is not inclined to raise your assessments, then we'll work with the budget that you have. I mean, that's kind of the purpose of the proposed budget, is to really set how much assessments you want to bring in, and the rest of it is just kind of moving numbers on paper, essentially.
Yeah, so and you guys, now the numbers that I have, it's like a 4% increase, just to stay flat, to cover some of the increases to your expenses. Now, you can always offset that with your reserves, that way you don't have to do an increase this year. And then none of this really matters, you just approve it, you cover the money out of pocket this year, do an increase next year to make up for it, cover your expenses. But it's quite difficult to plan the budget when we're approving, $80,000 for A, B, and C, and we have another $300,000 we're talking about, $50,000, $70,000 for the roof. So that's kind of where it's really like, how much money do you guys want to do? So, sorry to interrupt you, but any thoughts on that?
I have one just comment, is that their services won't start until June 1st. So, if you want to if you did go the special meeting route, then maybe need, like a week or so just to get up to speed. So maybe the meeting 12.
Now, does it have to be a special meeting, or could it just be an additional meeting?
Well, anything that's not regularly
It's
advertised.
considered a special meeting?
It's just special.
Okay.
There's nothing.
Can we continue this meeting?
I'm comfortable doing that.
Because then we continue this one, we don't need to put it on the newspaper and all that.
Yeah, it needs to be a date, time, place certain.
I propose Thursday, June 8th.
Is that enough time for Jason to respond if he's taken over on the 1st?
See?
I mean, we're gonna end up starting work immediately. So I mean,
Yes,
it's on paper, you know.
Right, I just wanna make
Are
sure
you
that
available on Thursday?
he's available, he's got time.
What time would you be looking at?
I'll let you pick that.
So maybe like perhaps, 5, I have the reunions.
I think we can make that work.
5.
I've got there's a meeting in Brevard at 7, but I probably have somebody else.
So June 8th at 5 p.m. we're saying?
Or, if you have a meeting at, do you have
The
the
7th would be better.
Would the 7th be better?
That is a Wednesday.
Wednesday at 5 p.m.?
Any time works for me after 11 a.m. Jason, do you have?
I'm pretty much open that whole day.
Okay, and so we want to, kind of pull the board to see what their preference and if they're available, what times.
Well, if we're continuing it, we've got to set the date and time.
Yeah, and no, I'm just saying
Yeah.
to have forum and everything for the continued meeting, we're looking at June 7th after 11 a.m.
I'm okay with the 7th, but it's gotta be 5 or later.
5 or later, okay. Is there an objection at all to 5 or later on June 7th? No? Okay.
So June 7th
June 7th, after 5, right?
at 5 p.m. Just make it 5 p.m.
Okay, June 7th at 5 p.m. So that's gonna be the budget, continuation of the budget.
Okay, and then this location is available in Gainesville?
Sorry?
June 7th, is this location available for the CDD to use?
During the week, it's
Oh, okay,
certainly.
okay.
The only thing would be if there's an HOA meeting on that day. So, yeah, if not, then I'm almost willing to guarantee it, so.
The HOA meetings are usually on the last Thursday, so shouldn't be an issue.
Okay.
Okay, so then we move that.
So we will not talk the whole item presentation fiscal year budget. Now, do we still want to set the public hearing? Are we comfortable setting that and getting that done on June 8th? Or do we want to put off, because I don't know as far as
So,
rescheduling.
yeah, so that would be, you mean adopting the proposed budget and setting the public hearing
Oh, well, sorry, yeah, I guess it's
Yeah.
adopted.
Because she's saying the deadline is June 15th.
to submit the proposed budget to the county?
Yeah, so June 8th, we gotta be ready to vote on it.
Well, that also means we will have to set likely a special meeting in August because it has to be 60 days between.
Yeah, I'm looking at the next meeting is July 11th, so you wouldn't have enough time from that to July. That's why I'm saying, are we gonna set a public hearing at this time? And I guess we need a resolution at a continued meeting too, so.
Can you and Jason work out all the kinks of the budget?
Well, that'll fall on our company. So when we come back to you on that June meeting, we'll have to just do a resolution for the continued.
So what happens, let's say, because that's the reason why I think we're not ready to approve it right now, is because the numbers just don't look right, I think, for us. I mean, the bottom line, the assessments is the same, and I understand that. But all the allocations of the money is just all over the place, and this is why we're always over budget, so to speak. So, what happens if we approve this, and then you change the numbers later, we have to have another hearing, don't we?
As long as the assessment doesn't.
Only if the
change.
assessments are changing. So if you guys, again, if the direction of the board is, we're not changing assessments this year, then our role is, you've got a cap on how, we know what the revenue is, we've just got to fit those allocations on the expense side.
So at the public hearing, which has to be 60 days after you adopt the resolution, adopting the proposed budget, so the hearing 60 days later, today, if you did that, you would set the cap. Okay, so you'd set the ceiling for how high you can go.
Got it, I get it.
At the public, so if you said, okay, today we're gonna adopt a proposed budget with 0 increase at the public hearing, you can't increase it. But today, if you said we're gonna adopt a proposed budget with a 20-30% increase at the public hearing, okay, saying Jason can work with you on bringing that number down. But as part of that conversation, you should know that we're required to send out every resident a notice, which, they're gonna get a notice that their assessments are increasing by 20-30%. So you will get a big turnout, I would anticipate, at the public hearing.
If you want people to show up, they'll all show up.
Yeah, they'll definitely show up, but, you'll get you'll get more participation, so just considerations.
Well, I'm of the thought that I think we have way too much money already and we're just not spending it correctly. and with the fact that the gate's gonna cost less to operate next year, I feel that we don't need to do any assessment increase, but that's my opinion, I would put it up to the rest of you
I mean,
guys.
so then as a decision point, just for our role, if the board is inclined to keep the assessments the same, then you can actually approve the resolution tonight. We can still continue the meeting till June. We'll bring you a refined budget, we'll take all your comments at that time, we'll make it into the final budget, and you can still keep to your July timeline.
Yeah, you can move from item to item as long as the
Right.
total doesn't increase.
All right, so what do you guys think? I mean, that's what I suggest, that we go ahead and approve it without an increase.
I think we should still continue the meeting so that we can refine the budget, and because they've made a lot of changes tonight, which will affect the budget.
Gotcha.
So if we continue the meeting, they can still approve the resolution. We'll continue the meeting to discuss the budget, for the June. And then we can bring them back a revised budget, kind of keep that just for the budget discussion, and really go through the budget and have a little bit of time.
All right.
If that's the board's desire, obviously.
I'll make the motion then to approve the budget without any increase for next year.
I second the motion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Motion carries. So we got that, and then we got the continuation.
Benson, you want the continuation now?
So we need to do the resolution for public hearing today?
Yeah, where is it? I'm trying to look at this page, and all my pages
Yeah, I think it's,
disappeared.
so in the agenda, it's 5B, resolution.
Page 27. Oh, actually, that's one of the ones that didn't load right. It's in that printed packet I handed out to you guys.
But you had a chance to look at it? It's a pretty standard form, right?
No, it's a standard form, but Infomark prepares it, you know, it's a
It's a
Infomark.
two-liner, see?
Yeah, Infomark prepares it, but,
All right. I mean, if you look at it, you're okay with it, I'm okay with it.
let me
And
just,
that's setting the public hearing for July 11th at 5 p.m., which is your next meeting date.
I make a motion to adopt resolution 2023-02, setting the public budget hearing for July 11th at 5 p.m. at the clubhouse.
I second the motion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Motion carries.
Now we need a continuation. We need a motion to continue now, or do we?
You'll do that at the end, you'll do that at the end.
Yeah, okay, that's what I thought, but I wanted to make sure we weren't getting off the crazy
We
train here.
have, from business matter, we have the service agreement of the lighting service. This is from KUA to add 19 lights on different streets. You can see it on page 32.
That might be another one that I printed out there, yeah.
Yeah, but now it's written.
Oh, is it?
So this one, you can add lights to each box without any cost. Only they charge the $17 per
Month.
light bulb, yeah, per month.
Leasing fee, right?
Correct.
That includes power, includes maintenance, includes
Everything.
replacement.
Correct. And right now, that will be a total of $323 a month for 19 lights.
Now, we determined we need those lights, those are dark spots.
Yes. I went around the community every time I go around, and most of those areas are dark. I saw another ones, they need light, but they need conduit, and that costs more money. So for now, we need to stretch the money as much as we can.
So how much more money is this gonna cost monthly for us?
$323 a month for 19 lights.
Is that under business matters?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
So you skip A
Yeah, we're working up backwards
Okay,
on the
go
agenda. We're working up.
Anyway, any more discussion? No?
That's why I think they're waiting.
Oh, okay.
So, Gary, you got the proposal?
No, this is the first I'm taking.
Okay.
Well, sorry, for when it was added to the
So
agenda.
where that proposal came from?
From your chairman.
From the chairman? Do you have any knowledge about the situation and?
When this first came up, I was asked by a resident about the HOA newsletter that asked about the new, now no parking on the roads for the lights to be upgraded from KUA. I spoke to the project manager who obviously was working with Herman, got all the lights replaced.
Not all of them yet, they're in process of replacing by the end of the year.
Approval to replace all the lights. And that he had provided Herman this.
Who provided Herman this? I'm a little lost on what
The
you
project manager from KUA, I don't remember his name.
So is that a CDD business? Why do the HOA has to get involved?
Herman's also the chairman of the CDD.
The vice president?
Well, from the, I'm saying he is on the CDD as
Yeah.
well.
Don't suppose KUA contact you and then you make the arrangement to the board or something like that? And then the rest of the board is supposed to get informed or anything? I know it's a benefit in the community, it's just like, that's what I keep asking, all these proposals that.
Well, and I don't know if council would prefer a method of steps here, but I mean, any supervisor is allowed to bring things to the board. Any supervisor typically can have things added to the agenda, so it really, I was not involved in it, that doesn't necessarily mean they were wrong.
Okay. Jason, how does your company handle that? Do you allow board members to bring proposals left and right, or you would like to, get involved with the vendors directly?
It's essentially however the board chooses to handle it. I mean, we work at the pleasure of the board. Certain boards have their different procedures. We can certainly get those proposals. We don't have an issue doing that. And then most of our districts, we end up getting the proposals ourselves. But we have other districts where board members get proposals. It's really up to the pleasure of the board and how you guys, as a board, choose to run the operation.
Okay.
And that service is included in the management services too with GMS. So, moving forward, it's something that I know GMS is really proactive about.
No, and I agree. I think I think we all have our own responsibilities, and I don't think that it is our pleasure to go around meeting with vendors and taking bids and everything. But the reality is that it's been challenging to get vendors previously, and in order to get things done, we got to get things done. And I think this is why a few of us have taken initiatives to reach out to vendors and try to get bids to bring them to the table. Otherwise, it wouldn't get done. That's why our community looks the way it does. But anyway, any other discussion about this? I'll make a motion on this lighting agreement. This one resolution number? It says project E000, EO00, sorry. That KUA install 19 lights at the designated areas on the exhibit that are listed there, and it will have a cost to the district of $323 per month for the leasing.
I second the motion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Motion carries. Legal counsel, do you have to verify the agreement? Since it's an agreement, do you have to?
Yeah, I'll have to take a look at it, but usually the utility companies
Can't negotiate.
they don't really negotiate terms.
It is what it is.
So we can see if there's anything that's just blatantly egregious or something that we can't agree to. I can take a look at it.
Okay. Go to the next one.
Okay.
Towing service, good job.
Yeah. Now we're going to towing service to reinstate the towing service in the community.
Wait, if we were going backwards, then
Yeah,
use
we're-
PO Terra.
Can we follow
Oh, sorry.
up, down, left, or right, so we could?
Herman, I would say we just start back at the top and work right now.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So, all right, so.
6A.
Yeah, so discussion raising and towing services last time, we looked at what possible changes there were. Mario provided the Tolando agreement, and I believe he has a copy with him today to look at that outline a couple different options. Now, Kristen
there was a moratorium put on towing with, under a previous agreement with Tad's Towing Company.
Okay.
If they wanted to stop this moratorium, would they be able to switch companies, being that the agreement had, the previous resolution had Tad's as an attachment to it? Or would we need a public hearing and change?
Do they have parking and towing rules adopted?
Yeah, there's rules in place here.
Okay, do they specify a specific towing company in that rule? I mean, I really have to look at the rule.
So to catch you up, pretty much where we were is the board wants to revise the rules.
Okay.
And Scott had started that. This was actually supposed to go up in November of last year, and it just kind of fell to the wayside.
Okay.
So that's something that I recommended earlier, was that new council just puts all the rules in front of the board again. The general policy of the towing, and I think there's one more, but just for a full revision, right? Because the last time we revised the towing was end of 2021. The general policy was, I think, around the same time, so it would probably just behoove the board for that to occur.
Yeah, it's probably okay.
But-
I don't think that the statute section has changed with regard to parking and towing. The Florida legislature gave CDD's power under 190 to adopt a parking and towing rule, in their community. And so it hasn't changed, probably won't need to be changed, but if it's specified a towing company, then we probably wouldn't change it if we're gonna.
Well, so, and that's why, I'm suggesting all of them, because we would need, was it advised the board that we would need a public hearing to do this? And that's where some of the contention is the timeline that would.
Okay, so how about we approve, motion to approve setting a public hearing to adopt this agreement for towing services subject to my review of the rules. And to confirm that.
This is the towing resolution. I don't see any name of any towing company on there.
If they put a name, that's wrong, because you can change.
Yeah, from my brief review, it doesn't specify a towing company, it looks like a standard.
So
Or-
if today we got a motion to drop the moratorium, then they could theoretically switch to this company under the existing rules.
Correct.
Unless they rescinded this resolution and this rule is no longer effective, then they're okay deciding to go with this company.
A moratorium was just put in place so that the supervisors could consider alternative methods. There was some concerns about the authority to tow, the individuals authorized to tow, as well as some of the practices. But what has resulted in is a 4-month moratorium on towing, so that, trying to just get that back in place.
Yeah. So the 4-month moratorium is due to the fact that we're having meetings every 2 months. That's the first thing. Second thing is that we had not, as new supervisors, had the opportunity to look at the rules in detail, and there was a conflict whether or not they were following the 2018 rules versus the 2021 rules. Because if you look at that resolution, it says that they're following an older
statute.
an older resolution, an older set of rules. I'm sorry. And apparently they're actually following the most current one that they did. I did in 2022, is it?
2021.
2021. Those were the most current rules that they did. So they're actually following the latest rules, even though the resolution has a different year on it.
Okay.
So was the conflict. So we had the opportunity to look at both rules and.
So what if, since we're going to do this continued meeting, we have council and your new management company bring that back and hash out revisions at the June 8th? Does that work? Not to volunteer Casey, but.
Can I finish what I was going to say?
We have 4 rules that, Jason and I have worked on for other CDDs that we can bring back and won't take very much time.
So-
This may be fine.
Yeah, so the way that towing was being carried out prior to the moratorium is not really according to those rules. Basically, they had assigned a chairman and a vice chairman to basically call the tow truck at will on anybody that they felt needed to be towed. And that was the reason for the moratorium. Now, when we read this, there's nothing in there that says that chairman or vice chairman has total control of who gets towed. And I went ahead and talked with Orlando myself, and they say that as long as we fill out this form and give them the proper instructions and give them our rules, that they will automatically carry out our orders without our involvement unless there's a conflict, and they will reach out to the designated person. So therefore, I like that because it takes away that kind of animosity that I'm going to be calling the tow truck on somebody because I don't like him, or Herman, or anybody else on this board. So exactly, so that is the reason why today I think it's a good idea to reinstate it, because we do see people taking advantage of the fact that the moratorium is in place and they're parking cars pretty much everywhere in all kinds of directions, and I think we shouldn't delay it. So, my suggestion, did you have time to look at this at all, the agreement?
That's just a proposal, right?
It's just the agreement, so apparently they don't charge us anything, and they're not allowed to pay us anything, and we're not allowed to pay them according to the Florida statute.
They just charge for a lease.
Okay, yeah, I would say the board can approve that, but I'd like it to be subject to my review.
Correct. So,
make sure we don't need anything.
The main issue that requires some decision-making here is the fact that they have two options. We can do for certain infractions, have them put a sticker as a warning, and they say they have an automated computer system that keeps track of that.
Okay.
Or for other infractions, we could say automatic tow. So, and it looks like they purposely have put them kind of in order of severity. So, for example, illegally parked, it's kind of vague to me because it kind of encompasses everything. Everybody's illegally parked, right? But I'm guessing that this is basically like if someone parks their car in the middle of the street or something like that, right? Covered like severe stuff.
Blocks of fire.
All those are here separately, so no parking permit, we don't use parking permits. No tag, that can be an automatic tow. Fire lane or hydrant, handicap, resident parking, guest parking. We don't have guest parking here, so that doesn't really apply. Inoperable, like wrecked, burnt, dismantled, a flat tire car, that could be an automatic tow. Commercial vehicles.
Okay.
Invalid tag, so it gives you all these, so we really kind of I don't know what the best way to go about it for all of us to agree on that.
Yeah, so that they can only tow for the reasons stated in the CDD's policy, in the parking and towing policy. So you're gonna adopt the rules and say you can't park on one side of the street, then that's what the towing company has permission to do, and that's pursuant to Florida statutes too. So CDDs don't have police powers. We can't authorize someone to tow for an old tag or something. That's preempted with the sheriff's department. That's an issue that they handle, just like golf cart use, etc. So there's certain things like if you're drunk driving, for example, we can't authorize a tow or give tickets or something like that. So I have to look at that, but the answer to that is that they can tow pursuant to our parking and towing rules. So whatever the CDD has passed saying, you can park on this side of the road versus that side of the road, that's where they can park.
But the CDD rule basically just cites municipal and state, county and state codes. And it doesn't really tell you what exactly they're towing automatically for. My personal opinion is, for example, if I leave a car, let's say, parked in the clubhouse parking lot one day for a couple hours, maybe I had to go do something down the street. It would be nice if I could just get a warning that I'm not supposed to do that. And then the next time I do it, the car goes. You understand?
Yes, I do understand.
As opposed to a hydrant or a fire lane, car needs to go.
So that we need to do a public hearing to change those.
The rules themselves, will require a public hearing, and so.
So as it stands right now, then our rules, what you're saying is everyone's an automatic tow.
I'm not familiar with the rule, I don't have a copy of your.
So we have to table it to next week.
The board can approve it, subject to my sign off. That's what you do.
Okay.
I would say that the CDDs that I work with that have parking and towing rules, they all have a warning policy tied to that.
Okay, because we've never had a warning policy.
Yeah, so they always stay.
Everyone's been automatic tow.
Yeah, maybe Jason can do that the same situation.
All the ones we have to, I think it's even in the Florida statutes, you're supposed to put a 24-hour at least notice.
Wow. So that's what I thought too, but in the past, the CDD board has mentioned that as long as they have a sign that this is a towable area, that's enough warning apparently.
They took,
Yes.
So I'll make a motion to accept the agreement for towing services from Tolando, based, contingent on the fact that our legal counsel gives it approval
And to end the moratorium.
and to end the moratorium. Effective, can we give an effective date since we don't know how long it's gonna take you to do this?
As soon as possible.
Now,
Can we-
now,
can-
now. Immediate, because we need to start the moratorium so that you can start working.
That's fine.
Is there going to be someone like on that thing? I understand what you're doing because I ran into a situation with a friend of mine that was visiting with a truck and it was towed. Is there going to be someone on the board that, or an email that we can send if we have an issue to let them know that my neighbor's moving and they're going to have a U-Haul in their driveway?
Management.
Okay.
Management.
So it's going to block, it's going to be in the driveway overnight and it's going to block the walkway for one night.
Yeah. So that's something that I had asked Infomark about in the past and never really materialized is.
Well, I would say that if it's blocking the walkway, that's not something we can typically tow for anyway, because enforcement of walking sidewalks is an ADA, which falls to code enforcement of the sheriffs.
Okay.
Wow. So just the analogy was bad, but.
Yeah.
But he's saying, for example, commercial vehicle, and you have a moving truck here.
Like we had our neighbor with the guy at the end who sold his house and he was moving and he blocked the whole walkway. No big deal, people were complaining, but I understand, I understand the truck stayed there overnight because he was loading the truck.
Yeah.
But I would suggest anything just to management, and management will guide you,
And we'll look at we'll have to look at that Tolando agreement and see how we communicate with them, so that if we get the information, we've got to get it to them, because if they're authorized just to tow, we might not even be able to make that.
Correct.
It almost seems like you should read through your whole policy and review that first and come up with something on paper, this.
I'm gonna be doing that.
Good.
Yeah. And then we schedule a public hearing because that
I'll
will
give a
take a long.
suggestion from all the board members on changes or whatever.
Absolutely.
I think warnings is a great idea on certain things.
Jason, just a quick question, because I had asked what I was going to say, is that any of you communities with CDDs have like maybe an option, like something like what Jack just brought up, like if someone needs to leave a moving truck in the community for, let's say, 3 days or whatever, because they're moving, can we give them like a sticker permit or something that would allow them to stay there for a certain term of minutes?
So, we don't have any districts that I manage where we've got a tow company that's authorized to go out and do the enforcement. We've got most of those companies have a security company that does it.
That's what Tony does.
So what we've done is we've set up a web portal where people can go on, list their information. It generates an email both to us and the security company that says, here's all the information, and then I can approve it or disapprove it. So we've done that, or people are getting roofs put on their homes, so they need a dumpster put in their yard or in their driveway for 3 days. They need cars parked on the road. I'll approve that. Once we look at your roles and we work with council, I think we can come up
We'll put
with.
this together.
Yeah, and I believe, check with Tolando, because I believe they said that their system allows you to input stuff like that they can verify that that car is
And also,
okay.
one of the reasons we really like the warning policy is that if Tolando makes a mistake, we're not having to reimburse that resident for the tow, because Tolando did their job. Now, if you're doing the warning, then I can contact Tolando and go, oh my God, we're sorry, you shouldn't have put a warning on that car. They can update it so they don't tow it the next time. There's opportunities there to correct those things.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, I second that motion.
So second.
All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion carries.
He opposed.
I opposed.
And two abstained.
I'm
And two
sorry.
abstained.
I told.
Nobody's opening their
I
mouth.
say aye, you say yes, and then.
So you guys abstain, or you vote no, abstain, or on this motion?
To put again the tolling.
Yeah, I was with you on that.
Oh, you say yes? Okay, you weren't sure, so motion does
Yeah, I
carry.
said aye.
Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't mean.
So to be clear, all the yeses,
Yeah, Wade and Mike.
And Mike.
you voted yes and no.
Against.
And no. Or
To moratorium or to towing?
to end the moratorium,
Both.
moratorium, have council review and then approve towing agreement.
Can we do separate motions?
Well, that was the motion. So right now we're voting on this motion, to end the moratorium, approve the Toledo agreement subject to council's review, to So we begin immediately. That is the motion. If this one fails, we can have something separate. But right now, it is 3 yeses, 1 opposed. What did you vote?
I oppose to the whole motion.
So that has been
Motion carried.
And I think that also just policy procedure falls in line with that, right? Unless you guys want to have that discussion as well.
Yeah, that one I think it has to be.
That motion was subject to my approval. I'm not going to approve it until I have an opportunity to read through what the rules are.
Yeah.
Confirm that the proper signage is up for parking and towing, because otherwise CDD will be liable for doing that. So most likely what's going to happen is I'm going to review that and get together with the GSA, and then at the continuing meeting, we'll be coming back and discussing what we'll moving forward, and if I have any recommendations for the board regarding that issue.
And then, yeah, you're talking about the policy
Yeah.
procedure.
So does that mean that tax towing is gonna start towing now until we make this
No,
change?
no,
or-
until I.
Oh, okay, that's what I wanna make sure, yeah, okay.
Yeah,
Council
so-
be the ones all around.
Gotcha.
Just
So
because if you go and tow something right now.
Okay, that's what I'm afraid of, yeah.
The CDD could be liable
Yeah,
if we're
I
properly
agree,
towing.
100%, okay.
Okay.
Sounds
So
good.
I think the policy and procedure, I think we can
This is,
table that.
this is the table one, right?
Yeah, that's what I was just making clear
Yeah.
that, I'll get with Jason and Kristen for the June 8th.
Correct. And then we have, this is something that I brought up and I sent it to management in consideration to maybe a turn one way. That street is real narrow, is a safety hazard in there, having many vehicles parked on the street plus having both ways. And I saw many close calls in that street. I don't know if somebody, Corey usually in that area, can give a little.
Does that require engineering or any type of?
Yes.
Yes, absolutely.
So I have a couple of the comments on this one. I have my little map here. I was trying to play it out as I was preparing for the meeting of what direction Via Terra would be, right? And either way I play it out, we're going to increase the traffic on certain roads, right? Chulo and then what's that?
Camino
Right?
Real.
So we have to take into effect the condition of those roads.
Correct.
Right? Based on the fact that we're gonna add traffic. Either way, we're gonna add traffic to those roads. But I think on top of that, if we're gonna make Via Otero one way, we now have to have signage, which is an additional cost to the district, so we have to take that into consideration. And we have to figure out how everything's gonna flow, and I think the engineer may be better at that than we are. I think there's a solution that would work, and I live on you used to own the property, for those who don't know, on the corner that is very dangerous. I was very afraid that one day I would wake up with a car in front of the house. People come around that corner, I know exactly where it is. I've since sold that property and bought another single family home, but that is something that always was in the back of my mind. I think that we could solve this with just some more paint, in going in making that corner and pulling it back so people can't park so close in and around that corner. And that will open some things up there, open some space up down towards the mailbox, that other corner on Via Otero, and restrict some of the parking, and that may help open some of that space up to start with.
Yeah.
And see if that works better before we go and add an additional cost. I think paint is gonna be a little bit less in price than signs and posting and having some signs up and all that kind of stuff is a first step in the right direction.
Yeah, that makes sense, and then also that the engineer has to put the input on, like you said, parking or not parking, that has to be.
I think, yeah, that's the first step. Get the engineer to evaluate the situation and provide options, I guess.
So we tabled that one until engineering. And then we have the management report.
Yeah, actually, Kristen, do you mind just bringing everyone up to speed on House Bill 199 that passed, by the way?
About what?
House Bill 199?
I'm not prepared to.
No, okay, that's fine, just, I figured it's, just good information for the board to
You wanna give us a
Sure, yeah.
synopsis on that?
I can, yeah, provide them an update at the continued meeting with a memorandum or something like that, but
What is it in relation to?
I'm not familiar with it. I'm not on the record right now, so I mean, if you're comfortable or would like to.
I just wanna know what it's about. I mean, you don't have to work
Give us
on
the top.
specifics, just what the topic is about.
The title is, and this is in every district, this is coming up. Ethics requirements for officers and employees of special tax districts, which forces supervisors to take training, ethics training. Every year, it's like 4 hours every year.
That's great, love it.
So I'm just making sure every district is up to speed on it. Specifies that conduct by certain public official or officers and employees is deemed a conflict of interest, requires ethics training for elected and local officers.
Okay, so I'll be emailing you all about that.
No problem.
Like, before
Thank
the
you, appreciate it.
I think it passed just yesterday.
So it goes into effect July
I
1st?
wouldn't be surprised, that's why. Effective date is July 1st.
So I'll get some instructions out and a memorandum about that. It just passed last night, so.
Yes, more training.
Yeah. All right, so then for me, it is the minutes, which for the majority of you were printed out. That was one of the ones that there was an issue on the iPads. We tried to add more detail to this. We're having actually flesh out a lot of our minutes for more details so we can better follow the conversation. So any corrections on that or changes, etc.?
I don't have any corrections.
You need a motion to approve?
I guess I was the only one who read the minutes. Line 5, the meeting was at 1 p.m. instead of 5.
Yeah, sorry.
Line 24, the same issue. Line 35, Mr. Simmons, I want you to include Jason Simmons in there with the address 3029 Camino Real Drive South. Line 40, it was Mr. Samuel Nash, 2976 CXW Drive.
Can you repeat that name?
Sam Nash.
Yeah, it's good, Mr. Nash.
He wants them identified by address. Is that customary? You identify everyone that speaks at a meeting by address?
Usually the public commenters will give their name and address.
Yeah, we do ask for name and address, and they typically sign in with name and address.
I haven't seen you ask it.
Number 80.
Most of them, like Jack, I have. Otherwise, I pull from the sign sheet.
Okay.
Number 80, do you remember that, Mr. Moron? Who was that?
Yeah, he doesn't exist.
80.
Yeah, sorry, I might have missed that one. That shouldn't be in there.
No, yeah. Okay.
So who was it?
That is someone else. You're line 81 there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think she got her names mixed. That's someone else from a different district. I will have that checked.
I thought it was a joke. I thought he was trying to say Mr. Marone.
No, that's actually another supervisor I have.
Okay.
Line 124, the incident that you mentioned instead of January 11 is January 19. For some reason, on 134, I had that it was stated the board would unite to meet with Reset and Company. For the record, I just want to clarify that was Mr. Cordova who says that he wouldn't want Reset as a management company proposal.
I think that was agreed on by the board, though. It was put forward, and the board agreed to that.
I never agreed to that.
And it says it on the motion.
Okay. Once again, on 178, same thing, Mr. Jason Simmons, 3029 Camino Real Drive South.
But if this is minutes, They didn't say his address again.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That was it for me?
Alright, so then with the noted changes,
Sorry, I have one more, sorry.
Oh, yeah, no.
Just line 125, says preserve evidence, should be the letters are supposed to preserve evidence, real minor. That's it.
Gems and jellies go down around here.
Can't help, I saw it on bugging.
Good eye.
alright, so then, motion to accept minutes with the noted changes.
Motion to accept March 14, 2023 minutes with the noted changes.
I second the motion.
All in favor?
All in favor, say aye.
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 All opposed? Motion carried.
Alright, then the financial statements. Page 50, starts on 58 for you guys, we have our note, and then following after that. And check register, we can just do it as one, if you guys are okay with it.
So, they check that, do you have the time to check with Spectrum about the services? Because I know we're paying every month a lot.
So I've talked to them in the past, and I specifically asked, can you tell me what services are not being used? And they said, nope. And I said, we're trying to cancel the ones, I said, there's 2 phone lines, and they said, you have to tell us. So then I talked to Freddie, and I talked to one of the other girls in the office, and everyone says that's, it's just, that's all the services that we need. So and then, at first it took me a couple months to get the account transferred, because it was still under the developer. So I had to get it transferred to CDD. I had to convince them, to give me ownership of the account, and then we passed it to our accounts payable lady. So now she has the account, she has all the login information for that. Girl at the office is the one that reaches out to them, schedules for technicians, etc. So as of right now, I don't know what services can be cut off from it, because according to Spectrum, they're all in use.
Yeah, we only need internet.
So-
That's it.
Maybe.
Your alarm runs on the phone. Your alarm is a phone line.
It is?
Yeah, that's how alarms, they're set up to the phone.
Well, I used to have AT&T, they connected to the modem. And they have the cellular backup, where that the internet goes down, the cellular backup goes on.
We got the cheapo version.
Anyway, Jason,
1999 version.
can you put it on your task list for June? To look into the cable service and see what deal they can offer us. I mean, I've looked at the cable bill myself, and I mean, we have the Latino channels, we have some sports stuff, and I just think it's ridiculous. I mean, the only people watching TV here is the people that are coming to work out, which I have a problem with that. If you're working out, you shouldn't be watching TV, but I know people like to run and watch TV. But basic cable should be more than enough. And I think what we need is probably good internet so that our cameras and our security stuff is working as best as possible. And we have, I believe, like 3 phone lines that we don't utilize. There's a phone for the guardhouse, which is not being used. So internet and minimal TV is really what we need.
And maybe one TV only on the...
And I think, the TV in the fitness room.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
And
all.
doesn't that have one of the old small boxes?
Yeah, the DTA.
Correct, so.
We'll dig into it.
Yeah, I'd like to get it like up to speed, modernized with the, best modem we can have, but also save some money. Because I believe that we pay Spectrum probably to the tune of almost $500 a month for all these services, so.
Here's phone for $134.30.
And then it's 2 something. All right.
So everything good with the financial statements?
Yeah, I'm fine with it.
So do we have a motion?
Anybody want to make a motion?
Are we doing the financial statement and checkers too? You want to do it separate? I'm just trying to.
I'm okay with doing it together. Whoever wants to make the motion, go ahead. I'm tapped out for the night.
I was gonna say, it looks like everyone's kind of winding down.
I'm tapped out.
Make a motion
That's
to
my bedtime.
approve the check register and the financials.
Hold on. Jake Ray, you said. For the payment to Blade Runner for hog removal, do we ever had a motion or a discussion at the meeting to approve that?
That's the scram.
That's it, what?
That was approved at the January
that's-
meeting, if I'm
That's
not
the
wrong.
hog scram. That's not actual hog removal, it's the repellent.
The bird?
Yeah, that was approved.
So we don't have any hogs anymore?
No.
Well, they came back because we stopped applying it, but we
Yeah,
just,
I think you ran out.
Yeah, you run out. Yeah.
Okay, so we lost.
I know there's some hog damage out there.
Okay, but that's okay.
Well, so, and
It's working.
remember, part of the issue with hogs is, it's a very expensive problem, and it's hard to get rid of them, right? So I think that the scram has helped significantly, and it's cheaper than the alternative that was $2,000 a month or whatever it was for trapping.
and you're never gonna get rid of them because they're everywhere in Florida.
Yeah, especially specifically because you guys back up to Boggy Creek and all of that, you guys have it pretty bad, especially every time it rains and the water pushes them out. So, that's why the trappers really were excited to get in here, because they knew that they'd be busy. Because they take the hogs back with them, I'm sure they sell it too, so.
They eat them.
Yeah.
They would for, pig
Besides
roast?
that, we don't have anything else.
Alright, so then, Corey motion, second.
I second.
Mike? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Alright, so we already did that. So then, now we're looking at continuing. Or sorry, any other requests or comments, and then we
I'd say field report, Freddie's not here,
Oh, okay.
obviously, anything you need to convey through field report?
Let me, actually, I have an email from Freddie, county over. Yeah, he apologized, he has some family thing going on. So he said, please, follow up if you have any questions on it. Then, I will send those to him. Pool motors, back order, which we talked about. The well pump was repaired today, and, he's contacted Blade Runner to inspect the irrigation that's been down since, I think, last Thursday. So that has been fixed. Paver repair, technical, handicap, cherry cover, roof, blah, blah.
Now that you mentioned that, do we have to recertify that fence on the well pump?
Oh, ratify that?
Yeah.
Let me actually pull that up.
We forgot that one.
Yeah, so did I.
Did he say what was wrong with it? The well pump?
They replaced a three-phase starter, some other.
So it was the pump itself?
Yeah.
Was the leak fixed?
That is not in his notes, I'm not sure.
And then it says the pressure switch, the pressure gauge as
Gotcha.
well.
As long as the pump doesn't go.
But I know that one of the plugs is out.
Is that one of the new ones?
That they need to the water. If we burn out, we're not gonna pay another one.
Yeah.
No, but that thing is because the pump is something that send the voltage back.
That is for $1,373.88. So we can just ratify that, do that, your irrigation depends on it, we consider it an emergency, it was approved by your chairman outside of the meeting. So do I have a motion to accept ratification for the Dick Joyce well drilling pump repair?
I'll make the motion to accept ratification for the well pump repair.
I second.
Corey made the second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? None. That carries. Thank you. All right, so that is everything for me.
Can I ask the board, the family that just lost their house, if you guys can okay it, if they need a dumpster in front of their house or whatever, okay it, because I know the board is complaining about pods in the street.
Correct.
But I think you guys should okay it now if they need.
I don't think it needs an okay, I think they just need to notify you, right?
Well, why don't you okay it now or whatever, any notification, it's done, you know.
There's a certain optic to doing it in a meeting as well.
So we can okay do we need a motion or just?
Because the issue I have with this is that we go ahead and okay it, right? And then that means they'll just come and put it wherever they want, and then you have no say in what they do, right? Meanwhile, the proper procedure should be that their vendor contacts management, and management tells them where to put it. I don't think we need a motion for that, because it needs to be done.
Well, if it's in their driveway, then it wouldn't be the CDDA regardless. It would be
It's
HOA.
Right, but what if it's the road? What if they
That's
gotta
what
put
I'm
it?
saying, though.
Well, that's the problem.
It just
If
doesn't
it's in
make
the road,
sense.
it is a legitimate issue because of traffic. So it really should be in the driveway first off. But two, if you guys want to prove it in the road.
Remember, they're gonna do a full demolition of that house, so the whole house burned down, so I don't think they're gonna fit
Oh, no, I know, but.
the dumpster in the driveway. They're gonna have a huge dumpster,
then you
it's
just- you have
30 yards.
I know every case is different, and this is a very special circumstance, but then you also have the slippery slope of approving one. You know, what if someone is just renovating and they want it in the street too? You know, so you kind of have to consider what can you're opening here. So, yeah, I mean, it's up, you guys, you can make approvals for whatever you want, so.
What's the process today? If someone wanted to put, let's say, a dumpster out front as they're having work done, they contact the district manager says.
So the process on the previous method was they reach out to me, and I would reach out to the chair and vice chair.
Yeah, and usually I will draft a license agreement that the requester would have to indemnify the CDD for any damage to the CDD's roadway, because ultimately the CDD would pay for damage, so I would have them sign something.
So that's another one that we need her, so if we approve it, then.
Yeah.
So what do you suggest we do? Do we have to make a motion today, or should we?
I think you can make a statement on the public record that you're certainly willing to consider, a dumpster on the right of way by the CDD, but it would kind of need to be evaluated on a case-by-case basis. Not sure we might need to run it past the district engineer to make sure we're not violating some county code with regard to putting a dumpster in the right of way. Unfortunately, it's just a little bit more complicated than approving it. I'd also recommend a license agreement for the vendor to put a dumpster there, because again, if it damages CDD property, we don't have any recourse really against the CDD.
Well, we get the paperwork going for it, so.
Yeah, can you work on the paperwork for us?
Yeah, absolutely, yeah, I have a form that I've used several times. There's a lot of CDDs that want extra dumpsters, or HOAs will request it during Christmas time, holidays, et cetera, for garbage held up, so no problem. I can include that in the continued meeting.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
I'll make sure that
If they're
we're
gonna demo before that, then we want to designate a chair or vice chair to
approve it,
this.
subject to district council and district engineer sign off, that's fine.
That sounds fair to me.
Motion.
Okay.
a lot of motions today.
So motion to authorize the chair or vice chair to approve a dumpster, I don't know, whatever's needed.
Right.
Well, that's necessarily how big.
Subject to district council and
district
district
legal
engineer
approval.
sign off. Yeah, subject to district council and district engineer sign off. And I will bring back the form license for dumpster on CDD property, just for the continuing meeting.
What they said.
Corey, I heard Corey make that.
Yeah, I'll make the motion of what y'all said together.
I'll second it.
All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed? None?
None opposed.
Motion carries.
Just as an information, so when some event like that happens, like what happened a couple of weeks ago here with that house, like, like, are we supposed to like notify CDD management that that has occurred? Or is that?
Yeah, I think, go ahead, you can notify them. You may want to.
I mean, that was like a big deal, it was on the news and everything, you know, so I don't know.
But that wasn't, you know,
There's a bar, I don't
So,
mistake.
yeah, it's one of the local neighbors, and basically, I guess he had a medical event, and he sped at like almost 60, 70 miles an hour on the sidewalk and went into one of the houses, where he was unconscious supposedly at the time. Luckily, no one died, there was no serious injuries, he has a lot of contusions everywhere, you know, it's something that occurred, and in that moment, I don't know, you know, I'm trying just to find out for procedure purposes, when emergencies like this occur, should we notify district manager so they're aware of
I
it
think
occurs?
that's a good idea, I would recommend that, you know.
so.
Yeah.
So we, continuing the meeting on June 7th at 5 p.m.
Is that a motion?
At this location?
at this location.
I'll second that motion.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Motion carried.
Question, Kevin, where are the swing poles in the entrance?
I'm not sure.
They belong to Emera or they belong to us?
They belong to the district.
The district. So who took them?
Don't know. I don't know where they are.
Mr. Sherman, you know about those poles?
What?
The poles from the entrance?
Yeah, the same area where all the poles are, when you come in on the left, where you guys do all the old ones, right there they are.